Man and His Becoming According to the Vedanta by Rene Guenon. Read by Christopher Robert Neal Nation. Chapter 16. Symbolical Representations of Atma and its Conditions by the Sacred Monosyllable The best of the Mandukya Upanishad is concerned with the correspondence of the sacred monosyllable and its elements with Atma and its conditions. It explains, on the one hand, the symbolical reasons for this correspondence, and, on the other hand, the effects of meditation bearing both on the symbol and on what it represents. That is to say, on Atma, the former playing the part of support for attaining to knowledge of the latter. We will now give the translation of this final portion of the text, but it will not be possible to accompany it with a complete commentary, as that would carry us too far from the subject of the present study. This Atma is represented by the supreme syllable which is represented in its turn by letters, in such a way that the conditions of Atma are the matras of and conversely the matras of are the conditions of Atma. These are A, U, M. Vashvanara, whose seat is in the waking state, is represented by A, the first matra, because it is the connection, apti, of all sounds, the primordial sound A, uttered by the organs of speech in their normal position, being as it were immanent in all others, which are varied modifications of it and which are unified in it, just as Vishvanara is present in all things in the sensible world and establishes their unity, and also because it is the beginning, Adi, both of the alphabet and of the monosyllable as Veshvanara is the first of the conditions of Atma, and the basis starting from which metaphysical realization for the human being must be accomplished. He who knows this verily obtains the realization of all his desires, since through his identification with Veshvanara, all sensible objects become dependent upon him and form an integral part of his own being, and he becomes the first in the realm of Veshvanara or of Viraj, of which he makes himself the center by virtue of that very knowledge and by the identification it implies when once it is fully effective. Tejasa, the seat of which is in the dream state, is represented by U, the second matra, because it is the elevation, utkarsha, of sound from its first modality, just as the subtle state is, in formal manifestation, of a more exalted order than the gross state, and also because it participates in both, ubhaya, that is to say, Alike by its nature and by its position, it is intermediate between the two extreme elements of the monosyllable just as the dream state is indeterminate, sandhya, between waking and deep sleep. He who knows this in truth advances along the path of knowledge by his identification with Hiranyagarbha, and being thus illumined, he is in harmony, samana, with all things, for he beholds the manifested universe as the product of his own knowledge, which cannot be separated from him, and none of his descendants, in the sense of spiritual posterity, will be ignorant of Brahma. Note 1. In this sense, the expression has a more particular connection with the world egg of the cyclic laws, by reason of the identification with Hiranyagarbha. Prajna, the seat of which is in the state of deep sleep, is represented by M, the third matra, because it is the measure, miti, of the two other matras, as in a mathematical ratio, the denominator in the measure of the numerator. The denominator is the measure of the numerator, as well as because it is the end of the monosyllable considered as containing the synthesis of all sounds, in the same way that the unmanifested contains, synthetically, as in principle, the whole of the manifested with its diverse possible modes. The latter can indeed be considered as returning into the unmanifested, from which it was never distinguished, save in a contingent and transitory manner. The first cause is at the same time the final cause, and the end is necessarily identical with the principle. Note 2. In order to understand the symbolism we have just indicated, it must be borne in mind that the sounds A and U are combined in the sound O, and that the latter, so to speak, loses itself in the final nasal sound of M, without, however, being suppressed altogether, but, on the contrary, prolonging itself indefinitely, even while becoming indistinct and imperceptible. Furthermore, the geometrical figures that correspond respectively to the three matras are a straight line, a semicircle, or rather, an element of a spiral, and a point. The first symbolizes the complete unfolding of manifestation. The second, a state of envelopment relative to the unfolding, but nevertheless still developed or manifested. The third, the formless state devoid of dimensions, or special limited conditions, that is to say, the unmanifested. It will be noticed that the point is the primordial principle of all geometrical figures, representing in its own order the true and indivisible unity, in the same way that the unmanifested is the principle of all states of manifestation. This makes of the point a natural symbol of pure being. He who knows this is in truth the measure of this whole, that is to say, the aggregate of the three worlds, or of the different degrees of universal existence, of which pure being is the determinant. And he becomes the final term of all things by concentration in his own self or personality, where all the states of manifestation of his being are rediscovered, transformed into permanent possibility. Note 3. Were it not to involve too lengthy a digression, it would be possible to enter into a number of interesting considerations of a linguistic nature concerning the expression given to being, conceived as the ontological subject and universal determinant. We will merely remark that in Hebrew the divine name El is related to this symbolism in particular. This aspect of being is described in the Hindu tradition as Vaya Ambu, or he who subsists by himself, Al-Samad. In Christian theology, it is the eternal Word, considered as the locus possibilium. The Far Eastern symbolism of the dragon likewise refers to it. Note 4. It is only in this state of universalization, and that in the individual state, that it can be said truly that man is the measure of all things, of those things which are insofar as they are, and of those things which are not insofar as they are not. This is to say, metaphysically, of the manifested and the unmanifested, although strictly speaking, one cannot speak of a measure of the unmanifested, if by measure is meant a determination by special conditions of existence, like those defining each state of manifestation. On the other hand, it goes without saying that the Greek sophist Protagoras, who is supposed to be the author of the formula we have just quoted, transposing the sense in order to apply it to universal man, was certainly very far from having attained this conception, for in applying it to the individual human being, he only meant to express by it what the moderns would call a radical relativism, whereas for us it implies something quite different, as will be readily understood by those who know the relationship between universal man and the divine word. See for reference particularly St. Paul, 1 Corinthians 1 through 15. The fourth is non-characterized, unconditioned therefore. It is actionless, without any trace of the development of manifestation, abounding in bliss and without duality. Shiva Advaita. This is Omkara, the sacred monosyllable considered independently of its matras. That assuredly is Atma, in itself, outside of and independently of any condition or determination whatever, even of the principial determination which is being itself. He who knows this enters verily into his own self, by means of the same self, without intermediary of any order whatsoever, without the use of any instrument, such as a faculty of knowing, which can only attain to a state of the self, and not to Paramatma, the supreme and absolute self. As for the effects which are to be obtained by means of meditation upon the monosyllable each of its three matras to begin with, and afterward in itself and independently of its matras, we will only add that these effects correspond to the realization of different spiritual degrees, which may be described in the following manner. The first is the full development of the corporal individuality. The second is the integral extension of the human individuality in its extra-corporal modalities. The third is the attainment of the super-individual states of being. And finally, the fourth is the realization of the supreme identity. Man and His Becoming, according to the Vedanta, by Rene Guenon. Read by Christopher Robert Neal Nation. Chapter 17. The Posthumous Evolution of the Human Being. So far, we have been considering the constitution of the human being, as well as its different states, on the assumption that it subsists as a compound of the various elements that go to make up its nature. That is to say, during the continuance of its individual life. It is necessary to emphasize the fact that the states which properly belong to the individual as such, that is to say, not only the gross or corporal state as is obvious, but also the subtle state, provided of course that only the extracorporeal modalities of the integral human state are included in it, and not the other individual states of the being, are strictly and essentially states of the living man. This does not necessarily involve admitting that the subtle state comes to an end at the precise moment of bodily death, and simply as a result thereof. On the contrary, we shall see later on that a passage of the being into the subtle form takes place at that moment. But this passage is only a transitory phase in the reabsorption of the individual faculties from the manifested into the unmanifested, a phase the existence of which is quite naturally accounted for by the intermediate position occupied by the subtle state. It is, however, true that it may be necessary to envisage, in a particular sense and in certain cases at least, a prolongation, and even an indefinite prolongation, of the human individuality, which must needs be referred to the subtle, that is to say, to the extra-corporeal modalities of that individuality. But such a prolongation is in no wise identical with the subtle state as it existed during earthly life. It must in fact be clearly understood that under the single heading of subtle state, we are obliged to include extremely varied and complex modalities, even though we confine our viewpoint to the realm of purely human possibilities. Only it is for this reason that we have taken care from the very beginning to point out that the term subtle state should always be understood relatively to the corporal state, taken as a starting point and term of comparison. It thereby acquires a precise meaning solely by contrast to the latter state, which, for its part, appears sufficiently well defined by the fact that it is the state in which we find ourselves at the present moment. Furthermore, it will have been observed that among the five envelopes of the self, Three are regarded as contributing to make up the subtle form, whereas one only corresponds to each of the other two conditioned states of Atma. In the one case, because it really is only one particular and determinate modality of the individual, and in the other case, because it is an essentially unified and non-distinguished state. And this is a further clear proof of the complexity of the state in which the self uses this form as its vehicle. And this complexity must always be borne in mind if one is to follow the description of the different aspects from which it can be envisaged. We have now to turn to the question of what is commonly called the posthumous evolution of the human being, that is to say, to the consideration of the consequences for that being of death, or, to explain more precisely what we mean by that term, of the dissolution of the compound which we have been discussing and which constitutes its actual individuality. It should be observed, moreover, that when this dissolution has taken place, there is strictly speaking no longer any human being left, since it is essentially this compound which constitutes the individual man. The sole case where it is still possible to call the being in a certain sense human arises when, after bodily death, it remains in one of those prolongations of the individuality to which we have already alluded. In that case, although the individuality is no longer complete from the standpoint of manifestation, since the corporal state is henceforth lacking, the possibilities corresponding to it having completed the whole cycle of their development. Nevertheless, certain of its psychic or subtle elements subsist without being disassociated. In all other cases, the being cannot any longer be called human. It has passed out of the state to which that term applies and into another state, either individual or otherwise. Thus, the being which was formerly human has ceased to be so in order to become something else, in the same way that, through birth, it became human by passing from some other state into the state which we at present occupy. Besides, if birth and death are understood in their widest sense, that is to say as changes of state, it becomes at once apparent that they are modifications which correspond analogically to one another, being the beginning and the end of a cycle of individual existence. And indeed, if one were to place oneself outside the special viewpoint of a given state in order to observe the interconnection of the different state with one another, it would be seen that they constitute strictly equivalent phenomena, death to one state being at the same time birth into another. In other words, the same modification is either death or birth, according to the state or cycle of existence in relation to which it is considered. Since it marks the exact point common to both states, or the transition from one to the other, and what is here true for different states is also true on a different plane for the various modalities of a given state, where those modalities are regarded as constituting, in the development of their respective possibilities, so many secondary cycles, which are integrated into the totality of a more comprehensive cycle. Note 1. These considerations relating to birth and death are moreover applicable to the point of view of the macrocosm, as well as to that of the microcosm. Though this is not the place to enlarge on this theme, readers may nevertheless gather some idea of how the implied consequences affect the theory of cosmic cycles. Finally, it is particularly important to add that specification, according to the sense in which we have already used the expression, that is to say, in the sense of attachment to a definite species, such as the human species, which imposes certain general conditions upon a being, thus constituting its specific nature, is valid only within a given state and cannot be applied outside it. This must obviously be true, since the species is in no wise a transcendent principle in relation to this individual state, but pertains exclusively to the same domain, being itself subject to the limiting conditions which define that domain. For this reason, the being that has passed into a different state is no longer human, since it no longer belongs in any way to the human species. Note 2. It will be apparent that in the present context, we are using the word human only in its precise and literal sense, as applying solely to individual man. There is no question here of the analogical transposition that makes possible the conception of universal man. The expression posthumous evolution calls for certain reservations, since it is only too liable to give rise to a number of ambiguities. In the first place, death being conceived as the dissolution of the human compound. The word evolution clearly cannot be understood here in the sense of an individual development, since we are concerned, on the contrary, with a reabsorption of the individuality into the unmanifested state. Note 3. Moreover, it cannot be said that this entails a destruction of the individuality, because, in the unmanifested, the possibilities constituting it subsist in principle in a permanent manner, together with all the other possibilities of the being. Nevertheless, since the individuality exists as such only in manifestation, it may truly be said that on re-entering into the unmanifested, it really disappears or ceases to exist qua individuality. It is not annihilated, for nothing that is can cease to be, but it is transformed. This would amount rather to an involution from the particular point of view of the individual. Indeed, etymologically, these terms evolution and involution signify nothing more nor less than development and envelopment. Note 4. In this sense, but only in this sense, it would be possible to apply these terms to the two phases that are distinguishable in every cycle of manifestation, as we have already explained. But we are well aware that in modern language the word evolution has acquired quite a different meaning, which has almost converted it into a synonym for progress. We have already had ample opportunities for expressing our views upon these quite recent ideals of progress and evolution, which by expanding themselves beyond all measure have had the effect of completely corrupting the present-day Western mentality. It would be pointless to repeat ourselves here. We will merely recall that progress can only validly be spoken of in quite a relative sense, care always being taken to define in what respect it is used and within what limits. Reduced to these proportions, it no longer retains anything in common with that absolute progress which began to be spoken of toward the end of the 18th century, and which our contemporaries are pleased to adorn with the name of evolution. an expression that has a more scientific ring to their ears. Eastern thought, like ancient thought in the West, could not admit this notion of progress except in the relative sense that we have just given to it. That is to say, as an idea of secondary importance, quite limited in scope and devoid of any metaphysical significance, since it belongs to that category of ideas which can only be applied to the possibilities of a particular order, and is not transposable outside certain limits. The devolutionary point of view does not admit of universalization, and it is not possible to conceive of the real being as something which evolves between two definite points or which progresses, even indefinitely, in a fixed direction. Such conceptions are devoid of meaning and show complete ignorance of the most elementary metaphysical principles. At the most, one might speak in a particular sense of the evolution of the being, in order to convey the idea of a passage to a higher state. But even then it would be necessary to make a reservation, preserving the full relativity of the term sense. As concerns the being regarded in itself and in its totality, there can never be any question either of evolution or of involution in any sense whatsoever, its essential identity being in no wise altered by particular and contingent modifications of any sort, which can only affect one or another of its conditioned states. A further reservation should be made with regard to the use of the word posthumous, and it is only from the particular point of view of human individuality, and insofar as it is conditioned by time, that one can speak of what is produced after death, and likewise of what took place before birth, so long at least as it is intended to preserve the words before and after the chronological meaning which they normally convey. In themselves, the states in question, if they exist outside the realm of human individuality, and in no wise temporal states, and consequently cannot be situated chronologically, this is true, moreover, even of those states which include among their conditions some other mode of duration, that is to say of succession, once it is no longer temporal succession that is in question. As for the unmanifested state, it goes without saying that it lies quite outside all succession, so that the notions of anteriority and posteriority, even taken in the widest possible sense, cannot be applied to it in any way whatsoever. In this respect, it may be remarked that even during its lifetime, the being loses the notion of time when its consciousness has quit the individual realm, as occurs in deep sleep and in ecstatic trance. So long as it remains in either of these states, which are truly unmanifested, time no longer exists for it. Mention must still be made of the case where the posthumous state takes the form of a simple prolongation of the human individuality. This prolongation, it is true, may be situated in perpetuity, that is to say, in temporal indefinitude, or in other words, in a mode of succession which still belongs to time, since we are not concerned with a state subject to conditions other than our own. But the time in question no longer has anything in common with the time in which bodily existence is carried on. Furthermore, such a state is not among those which are of particular interest from the metaphysical point of view, since, on the contrary, from that point of view, it is the possibility of passing beyond individual conditions which must always be borne in mind, rather than the possibility of remaining in them indefinitely. If we feel obliged, however, to refer to that state, it is chiefly for the sake of taking into account all possible cases, and also because, as will be apparent later, this prolongation of human existence preserves for the being the possibility of obtaining deliverance, without passing through other individual states. However that may be, leaving aside this last case, the following may be said. If non-human states are spoken of as situated before birth or after death, this is primarily because they appear so in relation to human individuality. But it is also most important to realize that it is not the individuality which enters these states or which passes through them successively, since they are states which lie outside its sphere and which do not concern it as an individuality. Furthermore, there is a sense in which the notions of anteriority and posteriority may be applied quite independently of the point of view of succession, temporal or otherwise. We are referring to that order, at the same time logical and ontological, in which the various states are interconnected and determine one another. Thus, if one state is the consequence of another, it may be said to be posterior to it. In such a manner of speaking, use of being made of temporal symbolism, which serves to express the entire theory of cycles, although, metaphysically, it must always be remembered that there is perfect simultaneity between all the states, the point of view of actual succession being applicable only within a particular given state. The foregoing remarks have been made with a view to forestalling any tendencies to attribute to the expression posthumous evolution where it is thought advisable to use it in the absence of a more adequate term and in order to conform to certain habits of expression, an importance and a significance which it does not and could not really possess. We will now proceed to study those processes to which it relates, an understanding of which springs most immediately from all the foregoing considerations. The exposition which follows is taken from the Brahma Sutras and from their traditional commentary, and by that we especially have in mind the commentary of Shankaracharya. But we must point out that it is not a literal translation. Here and there we shall find it necessary to summarize the commentary and also to comment upon it in its turn, without which the summary would remain practically incomprehensible, as in fact very often happens when the interpretation of Eastern texts is concerned. Note 6. Colebrook has given a summary of this kind in his Essays on the Philosophy of the Hindus, Essay 4, but his interpretation, though it is not distorted by a systematic prejudice, such as is only too frequent among other Orientalists, is extremely defective from the standpoint of metaphysics, purely and simply through the lack of metaphysical insight. Note 7. It may be remarked in this connotation that in the Arabic the word tarjuma means both translation and commentary, the one being looked upon as inseparable from the other. Its nearest equivalent would therefore be explanation or interpretation. It can even be said, where traditional texts are concerned, that a translation into a vernacular language, to be intelligible, should correspond exactly to a commentary written in the actual language of the text. A literal translation from an Eastern into a Western language is usually impossible, and the more one strives to keep strictly to the letter, the greater the danger of losing the spirit. This is a truth which philologists unfortunately seem incapable of grasping. Man and His Becoming, According to the Vedanta, by Rene Guenon, read by Christopher Robert Neal Nation. Chapter 18. The Reabsorption of the Individual Faculties. When a man is about to die, speech, followed by the remainder of the 10 external faculties, the 5 faculties of action, and the 5 faculties of sensation, manifested outwardly by means of the corresponding organs, but not identical with those organs themselves, since they separate from them at this stage, is reabsorbed into the inward sense. The activity of the external organs coming to an end before that of this inward faculty, which is thus the final term of all the other individual faculties in question, just as it is their starting point and common source. This latter faculty thereupon withdraws in the same way into the vital breath, accompanied in its turn by all the vital functions, the 5 vayus, which are modalities of prana, and thus return into the undifferentiated state, these functions being inseparable from life itself. Furthermore, this same retreat of the inward sense is also to be absorbed is also to be observed in deep sleep and in ecstatic trance, accompanied by complete cessation of every external manifestation of consciousness. Note 1. Speech is numbered the last when these faculties are considered in the order of their development. It must therefore be the first in the order of reabsorption, since the order is now reversed. We may add, however, that this cessation does not always necessarily imply total suspension of body sensibility, which constitutes a kind of organic consciousness, if one may describe it so. But under these circumstances, the individual consciousness, properly so called, will play no part in the manifestations of this sensibility, being no longer in communication with it as it normally is in the ordinary state of the living being. And the reason for this is easily understood, since, in point of fact, the individual consciousness no longer exists in the cases referred to the real consciousness of the being having been transferred into a different state, which is really a supra-individual state. This organic consciousness to which we are alluding is not a consciousness in the true sense of the word, but it participates therein in some manner, owing its origin to the individual consciousness, of which it is a kind of reflection, separated from the latter. It amounts to no more than a mere illusion of consciousness, but it can still present the appearance of consciousness to those who are only aware of externals. Note 3. Just as in a surgical operation, even the most complete anesthesia does not always prevent the external symptoms of pain. In the same way that, after death, the persistence of certain more or less disassociated psychic elements when they are able to manifest themselves, are able to present a similar and no less illusory appearance, as we have already explained in a different connection. Note 4. The organic consciousness we have just mentioned naturally enters into what the psychologists call the subconscious, but their chief error is to think that they have sufficiently explained a thing when all they have really done is to give it a name. Besides, under that heading, they have assembled the most heterogeneous collection of elements, without even being able to make a distinction between what is really conscious in some degree and what only appears to be so. Nor have they distinguished between the genuine subconscious and the superconscious. In other words, between factors assignable to states that are respectively higher and lower in relation to the human state. The vital breath, accompanied similarly by all the other functions and faculties, already reabsorbed into it, subsisting there as possibilities only, having now reverted to the state of indifferentiation whence they had to go forth in order to manifest themselves effectively during life, retires in its turn into the living soul, Jivatma, particular manifestation of the self, at the center of the human individuality, distinguishing itself from self so long as that individuality endures as such, although this distinction is in fact purely illusory from the standpoint of absolute reality, where there is nothing different from the self, and it is this living soul which, as the reflection of the self, essential principle of the individuality, governs the whole body of individual faculties, regarded in their integrality and not merely in their relationship with the bodily modality. Note 5. It may be noticed that prana, vital breath, although it is outwardly manifested in respiration, is in reality distinct from the latter, since it would obviously be meaningless to say that respiration, a physiological function, separates from the organism and is reabsorbed into the living soul. We will remind the reader once more that prana and its various modalities belong essentially to the subtle state. As a king's servant gathers round him when he is about to go forth upon a journey, even so all the vital functions and faculties, external and internal, of the individual gather round the living soul, or rather within it, out of which they all issue and into which they are all reabsorbed at the final moment of life in the ordinary sense of the word, that is to say, of manifested existence in the gross state, when this living soul is about to retire from its bodily form. Accompanied thus by all its faculties, since it contains them and preserves them in itself as possibilities, it withdraws in an individual luminous essence, that is to say, in the subtle form, which is compared to a fiery vehicle, as we saw when studying the jasa, the second condition of Atma, composed of the 5 tanmatras, or supersensible elementary essences, just as the bodily form is composed of the 5 bhutas, or corporal and sensible elements, into a subtle state, in contrast to the gross state, which is that of external and corporal manifestation, and of which the cycle is now completed, so far as concerns the individual in question. Note 7. A faculty is properly a power, that is to say, a possibility, which is, in itself, quite independent of its actual exercise. Consequently, by reason of this passage into the subtle form looked upon as luminous, the vital breath is said to retire into the light, which does not mean to say the igneous principle exclusively, since we are really concerned with an individualized reflection of the intelligible light, that is to say, a reflection the nature of which is fundamentally the same as that of the mental faculty during corporal life, and which moreover implies a combination of the essential principles of all five elements as its support or vehicle. Nor does the withdrawal necessarily imply an immediate transition, since a traveler is said to go from one city to another, even though he may pass successively through one or more intermediate cities. Furthermore, this withdrawal or this abandonment of the bodily form, as described so far, is common alike to the ignorant person and to the contemplative sage, up to the point at which their respective, and henceforth different, paths branch. And immortality, amrita, but without immediate union with the Supreme Brahma, being thereupon attained, is the fruit of simple meditation, upasana, carried out during life without having been accompanied by any effective realization of the being's higher states, although the individual barriers resulting from ignorance may not yet have been completely destroyed. An important comment is called for here as to the sense in which the immortality in question is to be understood. We have in fact pointed out elsewhere that the Sanskrit word amrita applies exclusively to a state which is beyond all change, whereas by the corresponding word Westerners merely mean an extension of the possibilities of the human order, consisting in an indefinite prolongation of life, what the Far Eastern tradition calls longevity, under conditions which are to a certain degree transposed, but which always remain more or less similar to those of terrestrial existence, since they likewise concern the human individuality. Now, in the present instance, the state described is still an individual state, and nevertheless it is said that immortality can be obtained therein. This may appear inconsistent with what we have just remarked, since it might be supposed that relative immortality only is meant, understood according to the Western sense. Actually, that is not the case. It is indeed true that in order to be fully effective, immortality, in the metaphysical and Eastern sense, can only be obtained beyond all conditional states, individual and otherwise, in such a way that, being absolutely independent of any possible mode of succession, it is identical with eternity itself. It would thus amount to an abuse of language to make this word apply to temporal perpetuity, or to the indefinitude of any type of duration. But it is not in that sense that the expression is to be understood here. It must be realized that the idea of death is essentially synonymous with a change of state, which, as we have already remarked, is in its widest acceptation, and when it is said that the being has virtually attained immortality, that is taken to mean that it will not need to pass through further conditioned states different from the human state, or to traverse other cycles of manifestation. This is not yet deliverance, actually realized, whereby immortality would be rendered effective, since the individual barriers, that is to say, the limited conditions to which the being is subject, are not entirely destroyed, but it implies the possibility of obtaining that deliverance directly from the human state, in the prolongation of which the being is maintained for the whole duration of the cycle to which that state belongs, which constitutes perpetuity properly so called. The being is thus enabled to take part in the final transformation, which will be accomplished when the cycle is completed, causing everything that is then contained within it to return to the principal state of non-manifestation. Note 10. Much could be said on the subject of the translation of this final transformation into theological language in the Western religions, and especially about the conception of the last judgment, which is closely bound up with it. But this would require a more complicated and lengthy explanation than can be undertaken here. All the more since, in practice, the characteristically religious point of view stops short at the consideration of a secondary cycle, beyond which a continuation of existence in the individual human state may still have to be taken into account. This would not be possible if the cycle to which that state belongs were being considered in its integrality. This must not be taken to mean, however, that the necessary transposition may not be effected from the religious point of view, as we have already explained when speaking of the resurrection of the dead and the glorious body. But practically speaking, this transposition is not effected by those who cling to ordinary and external conceptions, and for whom nothing exists beyond human individuality. We will, however, come back to this question when referring to the essential difference between the religious notion of salvation and the metaphysical notion of deliverance. This is why the name deferred deliverance or deliverance by degrees, Karama Mukti, is given to this possibility, since in this manner deliverance is only obtained by means of intermediate stages, conditioned posthumous states, and not in a direct and immediate manner, as in other cases which we shall discuss later on. Note 11. It goes without saying that deferred deliverance is the only kind that can be envisaged for the vast majority of human beings, which moreover does not mean that all will attain it indiscriminately, since it is also necessary to consider the case where a being, not having obtained even virtual immortality, must pass on into another individual state, in which it will of course enjoy the same possibility of attaining deliverance as in the human state, but also, if one may so express it, the same possibility of not attaining it. Man and His Becoming, according to the Vedanta, by Rene, Guenon, read by Christopher Robert Neal Nation. Chapter 19. Differences in the posthumous conditions according to the degrees of knowledge. So long as it is in this condition, still individual, as has just been explained, the spirit, which consequently is still Jivatma, of that person who has practiced meditation during his life, without attaining effective possession of the higher states of his being, remains attached to the subtle form, which may also be regarded as the formal prototype of the individuality, subtle manifestation representing an intermediate stage between the unmanifested and the gross manifestation, and playing the part of immediate principle in relation to the latter. And it is associated in this subtle form with the vital faculties in the state of reabsorption or principial contraction, which has already been described. It is admittedly necessary that there should still be a form in which the being can clothe itself, from the fact that its condition still belongs to the individual order. And this can only be the subtle form, since it has left the corporal form, and since, moreover, the subtle form must subsist after the body, from having preceded it in the order of development and manifested mode, which is reproduced in inverse order in the return to the unmanifested. This does not, however, mean that this subtle form must in such a case be exactly the same as it was during bodily life, acting as the vehicle of the human being in the dream state. Note 1. There is a certain continuity between the different states of the being, and all the more so between the various modalities which go to make up the same state of manifestation. The human individuality, even in its extracorporeal modalities, must needs be affected by the disappearance of its bodily modality. Moreover, there are psychic, mental, and other elements which have no reason for existing apart from their relation to bodily existence. Thus, the disintegration of the body involves these other elements as well, for they continue to be associated with the body and are consequently also given up by the being at the moment of death, understood in the ordinary sense of the word. We have already remarked that the individual condition itself, in an altogether general way, and not merely as concerns the human state, can be defined as the condition in which the being is limited by a form. But it should be understood that this form is not necessarily determined as spatial and temporal, as is the case in the particular instance of the bodily state. It can in no wise be so in the non-human states, which are subject not to space and time, but to quite different conditions. As to the subtle form, if it does not altogether escape from time, although such time is not the same as that in which bodily existence is carried on, at least it escapes from space. And that is why one must on no account attempt to picture it as a kind of double of the body. Note 2. Even the psychologists themselves recognize that the mental faculty or individual thought, the only kind they are able to understand, exists outside the spatial condition. It requires all the ignorance of a neo-spiritualist to wish to localize the extracorporeal modalities of the individual and to suppose that the post-human states are situated somewhere in space. Neither must it be looked upon as a mode for the body just because it is declared to be the formal prototype of the individuality at the origin of its manifestation. Note 3. It is this subtle prototype and not the bodily embryo, which in Sanskrit is referred to by the word pinda, as we mentioned before. This prototype, moreover, pre-exists individual birth, for it is contained in Hiranyagarbha, from the beginning of the manifestation of the cycle, as representing one of the possibilities to be developed during the course of that manifestation. But its pre-existence is then only virtual, in the sense that it is not yet a state of being of which it is destined to become the subtle form, since that being is not actually in the corresponding state, not yet existing, that is to say, as a human individual. And the same consideration applies, by analogy, to the bodily germ. If one regards it as also pre-existing in a certain sense in the ancestors of the individual in question, ever since the origin of mankind on this earth. We know only too well the Westerner's tendency to resort to the grossest representations, and how many serious errors can arise in this way, so that we feel it imperative to offer every possible warning. The being may remain thus in this same individual condition in which it is attached to the subtle form until the outward dissolution, pralaya, the return into the undifferentiated state of the manifested worlds, of the actual cycle comprising both the gross and the subtle states, that is to say, the whole domain of human individuality regarded in its integrality. A dissolution in which it is plunged, together with the totality of the beings in those worlds, into the bosom of the Supreme Brahma. But even then, it may be united with Brahma only in the same way as in deep sleep. That is to say, without full and effective realization of the Supreme Identity. Note 4. Universal manifestation viewed as a whole is often referred to in Sanskrit by the term samsara, as we have explained before. It includes an indefinite series of cycles, that is to say, of states or degrees of existence, each of which terminates in a pralaya, like the cycle that more particularly concerns us here, and really constitutes but one moment of the samsara. Moreover, we will repeat once again, to avoid any possible misunderstanding, that the interconnection of these cycles is really of a causal and not a successive order. In this respect, all expressions drawn by analogy from the temporal order must be treated as purely symbolical. In other words, to use the language of certain Western esoteric schools, the case just referred to corresponds to a reintegration in passive mode, whereas genuine metaphysical realization is a reintegration in active mode, the only mode which really implies a taking possession by the being of its absolute and final state. This is precisely what is meant by the comparison with deep sleep, as it occurs in the life of the ordinary man. Just as there is a return from the state to the individual condition, even so there can be a return to another cycle of manifestation for the being who is only united with Brahma in passive mode, showing that the result obtained by the being while in the human state is not yet deliverance or true immortality, and that its case is in the final instance comparable, although with a notable difference as to the conditions of its new cycle with that of the being who, instead of remaining into the pralaya, in the prolongations of the human state, has passed after bodily death into another individual state. Besides this case, there is also the case where the realization of higher states and even of the supreme identity, not having been obtained during the life in the body, is achieved in the posthumous prolongations of the individuality. From being virtual, immortality then becomes effective, although this may not come about until the very end of the cycle. This is a deferred deliverance, of which we have already spoken. In both cases, the being, which must be regarded as Jivatma, attached to the subtle form, finds itself for the whole duration of the cycle incorporated. Note 5. This word, which we have used here to illustrate our meaning by means of the picture that it calls up, must not be taken literally, since the state in question has nothing corporal about it. So to speak, in Hiranyagarbha, which is considered as Jiva Dana, as we have already explained, it remains therefore subject to that special condition of existence which is life, jiva, by which the true sphere of Hiranyagarbha is delimited in the hierarchical order of existence. This subtle form, in which the being, which thus remains in the human individual state, resides after death, is, in comparison with the bodily or gross form, imperceptible to the senses both as to its dimensions, that is to say, because it is outside the spatial condition, and as to its consistency, or its particular substance, which is made up of a combination of corporal elements. Consequently, it does not affect the perception or the external faculties of those who are present when it separates from the body, after the living soul has withdrawn into it. Neither is it affected by combustion or any other treatment which the body may undergo after death, which is the result of this separation, from the very fact of which no action of a sensible order can have any further repercussions on this subtle form, nor upon the individual consciousness which, remaining attached thereto, is no longer connected with the body. It is only sensible through its animating heat, its specific quality insofar as it is assimilated to the igneous principle. Note 6. As we have explained before, this animating warmth, represented as an inward fire, is sometimes identified with Vaishvanara. Consider in this case no longer as the first of the conditions of Atma, as previously described, but as the regent of fire, as we shall see presently. Vaishvanara is then one of the names of Agni and designates one of its functions and particular aspects. So long as it inhabits the gross form, which becomes cold, and as a result inert as an organic whole, in death. As soon as it, the subtle form, has left it, although the other sensible qualities of the corporal form still subsist without any apparent change, and which was warmed and quickened by it so long as it dwelt there, since it is precisely in the subtle form that the principle of individual life resides, so that it is only through the communication of its properties that the body can also be described as alive. By reason of the tie which exists between these two forms, insofar as they are the expression of the states of the same being, that is to say, precisely up to the moment of death. But he who has obtained before death, always understood as separation from the body, true knowledge of Brahma, implying effective possession of all the states of the being through metaphysical realization, apart from which there can only be an imperfect and purely symbolical knowledge, does not pass in successive mode through all the same stages of withdrawal or absorption of the individuality from the state of gross manifestation to the state of subtle manifestation with the different modalities which this implies, and then to the unmanifested state where individual conditions are at length entirely suppressed. He proceeds directly into this latter state and even beyond it, if it is only regarded as the principle of manifestation, into union, already realized at least virtually during life in the body. Note 7. If union, or the supreme identity, has only been realized virtually, deliverance takes place immediately at the very moment of death. But this deliverance can also take place during life itself if union has already been realized fully and effectively. The difference between these two cases will be discussed in greater detail further on. He proceeds directly into this later state and even beyond it, if it is only regarded as the principle of manifestation into union with the Supreme Brahma, with which he is identified in an immediate manner, just as a river, here representing the current of existence through all states and all manifestations at its mouth, which is the end or final term of that current, becomes identified by immediate penetration with the waves of the sea, samudra, the gathering together of the waters, symbolizing the totalization of possibilities in the supreme principle. His vital faculties, and the elements of which his body is composed, all considered in principle and in their suprasensible essence, the 16 component parts of the human form, that is to say, the 5 tanmatras, manas, and the 10 faculties of sensation and action, pass completely into the unmanifested state, where, by transposition, they are all to be found in permanent mode and changeless possibilities. This passage, moreover, implying no change for the being itself, of the kind implied in the intermediate stages, which necessarily include a variety of modifications, since they belong to becoming. Note 8. It may even happen in exceptional cases that the transposition of these elements is effected in such a way that the bodily form itself disappears without leaving any perceptible trace. Instead of being left behind by the being in the normal way, it passes over its entirety either into the subtle or into the unmanifested state, so that, properly speaking, there is no death. In this connection, we have elsewhere recalled the biblical examples of Enoch, Moses, and Elijah. Name and form, namely the determination of the individual manifestation in its essence and in its substance, as has been previously explained, also come to an end as limiting conditions of the being, and being undivided without the parts or members, therefore, which compose the earthly form in the manifested state, and in so far as that form was subject to quantity in its various modes. Note 9. The principal modes of quantity are expressly named in the following biblical formula. But thou hast arranged all things by measure, and number and weight. Wisdom of Solomon 11:20. The Mene, Tekel, Upharsin counted, weighed, divided of Belshazzar's vision, Daniel chapter 5, verses 25 to 28, corresponds words for word to this order, except the first two terms are inverted. Therefore, which compose the earthly form in the manifested state, insofar as that form was subject to quantity in its various modes, he is set free from the conditions of individual existence, as well as from all other conditions applying to a special and determined state of existence of any sort, even a supra-individual state, since the being is henceforth in the absolutely unconditioned principial state. Several commentators of the Brahma Sutras, in order to bring out the nature of this transformation more vividly, we take the word in its strictly etymological sense, signifying passage outside form, compare it to the disappearance of water sprinkled upon a burning hot stone. This water, in fact, transformed on contact with the stone, at least in the relative sense that it has lost its visible form, though not all form, since it clearly continues to belong to the corporal order, without, however, its being possible to say on that account that it has been absorbed by the stone, since actually it has evaporated into the atmosphere, where it remains in a state imperceptible to sight. Similarly, the being is in no wise absorbed on obtaining deliverance, although it may seem so from the point of view of manifestation, whence the transformation appears as a destruction. Note 12. This is why Shiva, according to the commonest interpretation, is looked upon as the destroyer, whereas in reality he is the transformer. Viewed from the standpoint of absolute reality, which alone remains for it, the being is on the contrary dilated beyond all limit, if one may use such an expression, which exactly translates the symbolism of steam from water spreading itself indefinitely through the atmosphere, since it has effectively realized the fullness of its possibilities. Man and His Becoming, according to the Vedanta, by Rene, Guenon, read by Christopher Robert Neal Nation. Chapter 20, The Coronal Artery and the Solar Ray. We must now return to the examination of what happens to the being who, not being delivered at the precise moment of death, has to pass through a series of degrees, represented symbolically as the stages of a journey, and forming so many intermediate but not conclusive states, which it is necessary to traverse before reaching the final goal. It should be remarked, moreover, that all these states, being still relative and conditioned, have no common measure with that state which alone is absolute and unconditioned. Therefore, no matter how exalted certain of them may be, when compared with the bodily state, it would still seem that by obtaining them, the being is no nearer to its final objective, which is deliverance. And the whole of manifestation being strictly nil, in comparison with the infinite, it is evident that the differences between the states which go to make up manifestation must likewise be nil in its presence, however considerable they may be in themselves. This holds good so long as the various conditioned states, which those differences separate one from another, are alone taken into account. However, it is none the less true that the passage to certain higher states constitutes, as it were, an advance toward deliverance, but in that case it is gradual. It may be compared to the use of certain appropriate means, such as those of Hatha Yoga, which are effective as a preparation, although there is certainly no possible comparison between these contingent means and the union which is intended to realize by using them as supports. Note 1. An analogy might be drawn between what we have said here and what could be said in like manner from the point of view of Catholic theology concerning the sacraments. In the latter also, the outward forms are properly speaking supports, and these eminently contingent means produce a result which is of quite a different order from their own. It is by reason of his very nature and of the conditions governing it that the human individual requires such supports as a starting point for a realization that extends far beyond them, and the disproportion between the means and the end corresponds to no more than the disproportion that exists between the individual state, taken as the basis for that realization, and the unconditioned state that is its term. We cannot develop here a general theory concerning the efficacy of rites. We will confine ourselves to saying, by way of indicating the essential principle, that everything that is contingent insofar as it is a manifestation, except if it be a question of purely negative determinations, ceases to be so when viewed as a permanent and immutable possibility. Everything that enjoys a positive existence must therefore be rediscovered in the unmanifest, and it is this which allows of a transposition of the individual into the universal, by the suppression of the limiting, therefore negative conditions which are inherent to all manifestation. But it must be clearly understood, that deliverance, when realized, will always imply a discontinuity in relation to the state in which the being who obtains it finds himself, and that, no matter what that state may be, this discontinuity will be of exactly the same order, since in all cases between the state of the undelivered and that of the delivered being, there is no relationship such as exists between different conditioned states. The same is true even for states which are so far superior to the human state that, looked upon from the point of view of the latter, they might be taken for the goal toward which the being must ultimately tend. Angel, hero, day. And this illusion is possible even with regard to states which are actually only modalities of the human state, although widely separated in every respect from the corporal modality. It has seemed advisable to draw attention to this point in order to prevent any misunderstanding or erroneous interpretation before continuing our exposition of the posthumous modifications which the human being can undergo. The living soul, Jivatma, with the vital faculties reabsorbed into it and remaining there as possibilities, as has already been explained, having withdrawn into its own dwelling place, the center of the individuality, described symbolically as the heart, as we saw at the beginning, wherein it dwells by reason of its being, in essence and independently of its conditions of manifestation, really identical with Purusha, from which it is separated only in an illusory manner. The apex, that is to say, the most elevated portion of this subtle organ, pictured as an 8-petaled lotus, shines. Note 2. Clearly, this is another of those words which must be understood symbolically, since there is no question here of sensible fire, but rather a modification of the intelligible light. And this organ shines and illuminates the passage through which the soul must pass to attain the various states about to be described, namely the crown of the head. If the individual is a sage, Vidvan, and another region of the organism corresponding physiologically to the solar plexus. Note 3. The nerve plexus, or to be more exact, the counterparts in the subtle form, so long as the latter is linked to the bodily form, are symbolically described as wills. Chakras are again as lotuses, padmas, or kamalas. As for the crown of the head, it plays an important part also in the Islamic traditions concerning the posthumous conditions of the human being, and it would doubtless be possible to find elsewhere practices depending on consideration of a similar order. The tincture of Catholic priests, for example, although in some cases the deeper reasons have been forgotten. If he is ignorant, 101 arteries, nadis, likewise subtle and luminous, issue from the vital center, as the spokes of a wheel issue from its hub. And one of these subtle arteries passes through the crown of the head, the region considered to correspond to the higher states of the being, in so far as their possibilities of communication with the human individual are concerned, as was seen in a description of the members of Vaishvanara. It is called Shushumna. Note 5. We would remind the reader that here we are not concerned with the bodily arteries of the bloodstream, any more than with the passages containing the air that we breathe. It is moreover quite obvious that, in the corporal order, there cannot be any duct passing through the crown of the head, since no opening exists in the region of the organism. On the other hand, it should be observed that although the previous withdrawal of Jivatma implies that the bodily form has been abandoned, all relation between this and the subtle form has not yet been broken off in the phase we are now examining. since in describing the latter, it is still possible to speak of various subtle organs, according to the correspondence which held good during physiological life. Besides this nadi, which occupies a central position, there are two others which play a particularly important role, notably as regards the correspondence in the subtle order with respiration, and consequently in the practice of Hatha Yoga. The one situated on its right is called Pingala. The other on its left is called Ida. It is said furthermore that Pingala corresponds to the sun and Ida to the moon. Now we have seen above that the sun and moon are described as the two eyes of Vishvanara. These, then, are related respectively to the two nadis in question, while Sushumna, being in the center, is related to the third eye, that is to say, the frontal eye of Shiva. But we can only point out these connections in passing, since they lie outside our present subject. Note 7. In the aspect of this symbolism, which refers to the temporal condition, the sun and the right eye correspond to the future, the moon and the left eye to the past. The frontal eye corresponds to the present, which, from the point of view of the manifested, is but an imperceptible moment, comparable to the geometrical point without dimensions in the spatial order. That is why a single look from this third eye destroys all manifestation, which is expressed symbolically by saying that it reduces everything to ashes. And that is also why it is not represented by any bodily organ. But when one rises above this contingent point of view, the present is seen to contain all reality. Just as the point carries within itself all the possibilities of space. And when succession is transmuted into simultaneity, all things abide in the eternal present, so that the apparent destruction is truly a transformation. This symbolism is identical with that of Janus Bifrons of the Romans, who had two faces, the one turned toward the past and the other turned toward the future, but whose real face, the one that gazes on the present, is neither of the two that can be seen. By this passage, Suhumna and the crown of the head where it finishes, as a result of knowledge acquired and of consciousness of the meditated path, consciousness belonging essentially to an extra-temporal order, since even when viewed in the human state, it is a reflection of the higher state. Note 8. Therefore, it is a grave error to speak here of remembrance, as Colebrooke has done in the essays we mentioned previously. Memory, which is conditioned by time in the strictest sense of the word, is a faculty related to the corporal existence alone, and does not extend beyond the limits of this particular and restricted modality of human individuality. It is therefore numbered among those psychic elements we mentioned above, which are dissociated as a direct consequence of bodily death. The soul of the sage, endowed by virtue of the physical regeneration which has made of him a man twice born, Divija, with the spiritual grace, prasada of Brahma, which resides in this vital center, relatively to the human individual concern, escapes, frees itself of every link with the bodily condition which may still exist, and enters a solar ray, that is to say, symbolically, an emanation from the spiritual sun, which is Brahma itself, this time considered universally. Note 9. The conception of a second birth, as we have already pointed out elsewhere, is one of those which are common to all traditional doctrines. In Christianity, in particular, psychic regeneration is very clearly represented by baptism. See for reference this passage from the Gospel. Unless one is born anew, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Truly, truly, I say unto you, unless one is born of water and the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God. Do not marvel that I said to you, you must be born anew. John chapter 3, verses 3 through 7. Water is looked upon by many traditions as the original medium of beings, by reason of its symbolism, as we explained earlier on, according to which it stands for Mula Prakriti. In a higher sense, by transposition, water is universal possibility itself. Whoever is born of water becomes a son of the Virgin, and therefore an adopted brother of Christ, and his co-heir of the kingdom of God. On the other hand, if one realizes that the Spirit in the text just quoted is the Hebrew ruach, then here associated with water as a complementary principle, as in the opening passages of Genesis, and if it be remembered that ruh also denotes air, we have the idea of purification by the elements, such as is to be met with in all initiatic as well as religious rites. And moreover, initiation itself is always looked upon as a second birth, symbolically, as long as it only amounts to a more or less external formality, but effectively, when it is conferred in a genuine manner on one duly qualified to receive it. This solar ray is nothing else than a particularization relatively to the being in question, or, if it be preferred, a polarization of the supra-individual principle, buddhi, or mahat, by which the multiple manifested states of the being are linked to one another and placed in communication with Atma, the transcendent personality, which is identical with the spiritual sun itself. It is along this route, described as the path of the solar ray, that it travels by night or by day, in winter or in summer. The contact of a ray of the spiritual sun with the Shuhumna is constant, so long as the body lasts. As a living organism, and vehicle of the manifested being. The rays of the intelligible light emitted from this sun reach this subtle artery and reciprocally in reflected mode extend from the artery to the sun as an indefinite prolongation by means of which communication, either virtual or effective, is established between the individuality and the universal. Note 11. This, apart from any other consideration, should be sufficient to show that there is no question here of a ray of the sun in the physical sense, for in that case uninterrupted contact would obviously be impossible, and that the reference can only be to the sun in a symbolical sense, the ray which is connected with the coronal artery is called Shuhumna. Everything that has just been said is completely independent of temporal circumstances and of all other similar contingencies which accompany death. That is to say, however, that these circumstances are always devoid of any influence upon the posthumous condition of the being, but they have only to be considered in certain cases, which moreover we can but indicate here without further development. The preference for summer, as an example of which the case of Bhishma is cited, who waited for the return of this favorable season for his death, does not concern the sage who, in the contemplation of Brahma, has accomplished the rites relative to incantation as prescribed by the Veda, and who has consequently acquired, at least virtually, the perfection of divine knowledge. Note 13. The word incantation as used here must be understood as referring essentially to an aspiration of the being toward the universal, with the object of obtaining an inward illumination, whatever may be the outward means, such as gestures, mudras, words, or musical sounds, mantras, symbolic figures, yantras, and so on, that can be employed as accessory support of the inward act, and which have as their effect the production of rhythmic vibrations causing a repercussion throughout the indefinite series of states of the being. Such incantation has nothing whatever to do with the magical practices to which the same name is sometimes attached in the West, nor with a religious act such as prayer. All the methods in question are related exclusively to the realm of metaphysical realization. Note 14. We say virtually because if this perfection were effective, deliverance would by that very fact already have been obtained. Knowledge can theoretically perfect, even though the corresponding realization has as yet only been partially accomplished. But it concerns those who have followed the observances taught by Sankhya or the Yoga Shastra in accordance with which the time of day and the season of the year are not matters of indifference, but have, for the liberation of the being, leaving the bodily state after a preparation carried out in conformity with the methods referred to, and effective action as elements inherent to the right in which they intervene as conditions upon which the effects to be obtained depend. It goes without saying that, in the latter case, the restriction referred to only applies to beings that have stopped short at the attainment of degrees of realization corresponding to extensions of the human individuality. The Bodhisattva Oath. For one that has effectively transcended the limits of individuality, the nature of the means employed at the starting point of realization could have no influence of any kind on its subsequent condition. Man and His Becoming According to the Vedanta by Rene Guenon. Read by Christopher Robert Neal Nation. Chapter 21. The Divine Journey of the Being on the Path of Liberation. The remainder of the symbolical journey to be carried out during the process of gradual liberation, starting from the end of the coronal artery, Shushumna, and proceeding in constant communication with a ray of the spiritual sun, up to the final destination of the being, is effected by following the way marked by the path of this ray and retracing it, according to its reflected direction, back to its source, which is identical with the very destination itself. When we remember, however, that a description of this sort can apply to the posthumous states to be passed through successively both by those beings who obtain deliverance on leaving the human state, and also by those who, after the reabsorption of the human individuality, will be required, on the contrary, to pass into other states of individual manifestation, it will be evident that there must be two different itineraries corresponding to these two different cases. It is said, in fact, that the former follow the path of the gods, Devayana, while the latter follow the path of the ancestors, Pitriyana. These two symbolical itineraries are summarized in the following passage from the Bhagavad Gita. At what time those who tend toward union without having effectively realized it quit manifested existence, either never to return or destined to return to it. I will teach thee, O Bharata, fire, light, daytime, waxing moon, the half year when the sun ascends toward the north, but it is under these luminous signs that those go to Brahma who know Brahma. Smoke, night, waning moon, the half year when the sun descends toward the south, it is under these shadowy signs that there pass to the sphere of the moon, literally attain the lunar light, those who later will return to fresh states of manifestation. These are the two permanent paths of the manifested world. The one bright, the other dim. By the one they go to return no more, from the unmanifested to the manifested. By the other they go to return again into manifestation. Note 1, Bhagavad Gita 8:23 through 26. The same symbolism is expounded in greater detail in various passages of the Veda. The first deal with Pitriyana, we will confine ourselves to remarking that it does not lead beyond the sphere of the moon. It follows that on that path the being is not set free from form, that is to say, from the individual condition, understood in its most general sense. Since, as we have already remarked, it is precisely form which defines individuality as such. According to certain parallels which we have pointed out before, this sphere of the moon represents the cosmic memory. Note 3. It is for this reason that it is sometimes said symbolically, even in the West, that everything that has been lost on this earth is recovered there. It is on this account that it is the appointed abode of the Pitris, that is to say, of beings belonging to the preceding cycle, who are regarded as the generators of the actual cycle, owing to the causal consequence of which the succession of cycles is but the symbol. This is the origin of the term Pitriyana, while Devayana naturally indicates the path leading to the higher states of the being. Toward assimilation, therefore, with the very essence of the intelligible light. It is in the sphere of the moon that forms which have completed the full course of their development are dissolved. And it is there also that are preserved the germs of forms as yet undeveloped. Since in the case of form, as of everything else, the starting point and the finishing point are necessarily to be found in the same order of existence. For further development of this subject, it would be necessary to deal explicitly with the theory of cycles. Here, however, it is sufficient to recall that each cycle being, in reality, a state of existence, the old form left off by a being not yet set free from individuality, and the new form which it puts on necessarily belong to two different states. The passage from the one to the other taking place in the sphere of the moon, where the point common to both cycles is situated, since no being of any kind can pass through the same state twice, as we have explained elsewhere when pointing out the ineptitude of the reincarnationist theories invented by certain modern Westerners. Note 4. All that we have just said can be related to the symbolism of Janus. The sphere of the moon determines the separation of the higher, non-individual states from the lower, individual states. Hence, the double part played by the moon as Janua Coeli. See for reference the Litanies of the Virgin in the Catholic liturgy. And Janua Inferni, a distinction corresponding to that between the Devayana and the Pitriyana. Jana, or Dhyana, is none other than the female form of Janus. Furthermore, Yana is derived from the same root I to go, Latin iri, which certain writers, Cicero in particular, also consider to contain the root of the name Janus itself. We shall dwell at rather greater length upon the Devayana, which is concerned with the effective identification of the center of the individuality, Note 5. It must be clearly borne in mind that this reference is to the integral individuality, and not to individuality reduced to its corporal modality alone. Moreover, the latter no longer exists for the being in question, since it is the posthumous states that are under consideration here, where all the faculties have previously been reabsorbed into the living soul, Jivatma, with the very center of the being, with the very center of the entire being, dwelling place of the universal Brahma. We must again point out that the process in question only applies, therefore, in the case where that identification has not been realized during earthly life, nor at the moment of death. Once it has been achieved, there is in fact no longer any living soul distinct from the self, since that the being is from that moment quit of the individual condition. That distinction, which never existed save in illusory mode, the illusion being inherent to the condition itself, ceases for the being from the moment it attains absolute reality. The individuality disappears together with all limiting and contingent determinations, and the personality alone remains in its fullness, containing all its possibilities in their permanent, unmanifested state, principially within itself. According to the Vedic symbolism, as found in various texts of the Upanishads, the being which follows the Devayana after having left the earth, Bhu, that is to say, the corporal world or the sphere of gross manifestation, is first conducted to the light, Archis, by which is meant here the realm of fire, Dehas, the ruler of which is Agni, also called Vishvanara, in a special signification of that name. It must be carefully noticed, moreover, that when we meet with the names of elements in the enumeration of these successive stages, this can only be in a symbolical sense, since all the bhutas properly belong to the corporal world, which is here represented in its entirety by the earth, which, as element, is Prithvi. In reality, then, the reference is to different modalities of the subtle state. From the realm of fire, the being is led to the different kingdoms of the rulers. Devatas, deities, are distributors of the day. Of the bright half of the lunation, waxing period, or first half of the lunar month. Note 7. The waxing period of lunation is called Purva Bhaksha, the first part, and the waning part is called Uttara Bhaksha, the last part of the month. These expressions, Purva Bhaksha and Uttara Bhaksha, are also used in another connection with a totally different meaning. In an argument, they refer respectively to an objection and to its refutation. Of the 6 months when the sun is climbing northward, and finally of the year, all of which is to be taken as referring to the correspondences of these divisions of time, the moments spoken of in the Bhagavad Gita, analogically transposed into the extracorporeal prolongations of the human state, and not as referring to these divisions themselves, which are literally applicable to the corporal state only. Note 8. It would be interesting to establish the concordance of this symbolical description with similar descriptions given by other traditional doctrines. See for reference, for example, the Book of the Dead of the ancient Egyptians, and the Pistis Sophia of the Alexandrian Gnostics, as well as the Tibetan Bardu Vodun. But this would take us too far afield. In the Hindu tradition, Ganesha, representing knowledge, is at the same time known as Lord of Deities. His symbolism in its relationship with the temporal divisions we have just been discussing would give rise to developments of the greatest interest and also to most instructive comparisons with some ancient Western traditions. All these questions, which can find no place here, can perhaps be taken up later on another occasion. Thence it passes to the realm of air, Vayu, the ruler of which, called by the same name, directs it toward the sphere of the sun, Surya or Aditya, and emerges from the upper limit of his kingdom through a passage likened to the nave of a chariot wheel. That is to say, a fixed axis, around which the rotation of mutation of all contingent things takes place. It should not be forgotten that Vayu is essentially the moving principle, a mutation from which the being will henceforth escape. Note 9. To use the language of Greek philosophers, we may say that it will have escaped from generation and corruption, terms that are synonymous with birth and death. When these words are made to apply to all states of individual manifestation, and from what has been said concerning the sphere of the moon and its significance, one can also understand what those philosophers, and Aristotle in particular, meant when they taught that the sublunary world alone is subject to generation and corruption. This sublunary world, in fact, really represents the current of forms of the Far Eastern tradition. As for the heavens, representing the formless states, they are necessarily incorruptible. That is to say, there is no longer any dissolution or disintegration possible for the being which has attained to these states. It passes next into the sphere of the moon, Chandra or Soma, where, however, it does not remain like those following the Pitri Yana, but whence it mounts to the region of the lightning, Vidyut, above which is the realm of water, Ap, the ruler of which is Varuna, as analogically the lightning flashes beneath the rain clouds. Note 10. This word, Vidyut, also comes from the root vid, by reason of the connection between light and sight. In its form, it is very close to Vidya. The flashing of lightning illumines the darkness. The latter is the symbol of ignorance, avidya, while knowledge is an inter-illumination. Note 11. It may be noted in passing that this name is plainly the same as the Greek Uranus, although some philologists, for no very obvious reason, have cast doubt on this identity. Heaven is indeed clearly the same thing as upper waters spoken of in Genesis, which we meet with again here in the Hindu symbolism. The reference here is to the higher or celestial waters, representing the totality of formless possibilities, as opposed to the lower waters, which represent the totality of formal possibilities. There can be no further concern with the latter when once the being has transcended the sphere of the moon, since, as we remarked above, that is the cosmic region where the germ of the whole of formation the germ of the whole of formal manifestation, are elaborated. Lastly, the remainder of the journey is carried out through intermediate luminous region, Antariksha, which has been mentioned already, though with a somewhat different application in a description of the seven members of Veshvanara, which is the realm of Indra, occupied by ether, Akasha here representing the primordial state of undifferentiated equilibrium, up to the spiritual center where Prajapati, Lord of produced beings, resides, who, as has already been pointed out, is the principal manifestation of direct expression of Brahma itself in relation to the whole cycle of degree of existence to which the human state belongs. Note 13. In that context, we said that it is the medium in which forms are elaborated, because, in the scheme of the three worlds, this region corresponds to the realm of subtle manifestation, stretching from earth to the heavens. Here, on the contrary, the intermediate region in question is situated beyond the sphere of the moon, therefore in the formless, and it is identified with Svarga, if one now understands by that word not the heavens or higher states as a whole, but only this less elevated position. It will again be noticed in this connection how a knowledge of certain hierarchical relationships make it possible to apply one and the same symbolism at different levels. The apsaras are the celestial nymphs, which also symbolize these formless possibilities. They correspond to the huris of the Muslim paradise, and this paradise, Ridwan, is the proper equivalent of the Hindu Svarga. It is still necessary to take this state into account, although in principle only, since it is the one from which the being sets forth. For even though it has been set free from form and individuality, it still retains certain ties with that state so long as it has not attained the absolute unconditioned state, and that is to say, so long as deliverance is not fully actualized for it. In the various texts where the divine journey is described, certain variations are to be met with affecting the number and the order of enumeration, and of the intermediate stations, but they are of slight importance and more apparent than real. The foregoing account, however, is the result of general comparison of these texts, and can thus be regarded as a faithful expression of the traditional doctrine upon this question. For this description of the various phases of Devayana, see Brahma Sutras 4, 3.1 through 6. Besides, it is not our intention to embark upon a more detailed explanation of all this symbolism, which will be, on the whole, clear enough as it stands to anyone who has some little familiarity with Eastern conceptions. We might even say with traditional conceptions in general, and their usual modes of expression. Moreover, its interpretation will be facilitated by all the illustrations we have already given, among which a considerable number of those analogical transpositions will have been met with, such as form, the basis of all symbolism. Note 16. We will take this opportunity to apologize for having so multiplied the footnotes, and for having allowed them to occupy more space than is usual. In dealing with interpretations of the kind here referred to, and also when establishing concordance with other doctrines, this method proved necessary in order to avoid breaking the thread of our exposition by too many digressions. There is one point, however, which must be emphasized once again, even at the risk of repetition, because it is absolutely essential for the understanding of these matters. It must be clearly understood that when mention is made, for example, of the spheres of the sun and of the moon, it is never the sun and the moon as visible bodies belonging purely to the corporal realm that are referred to, but rather the universal principles which these bodies represent after their own fashion in the sensible world, including in certain cases the manifestations of these principles in different orders, in virtue of the analogical correspondence which interconnect all the states of the being. Note 17. Natural phenomena in general, and especially astronomical phenomena, are never looked upon by the traditional doctrines otherwise than as a simple means of expression, whereby they symbolize certain truths of a higher order. And if they do in fact symbolize certain truths, it is because their laws are fundamentally nothing but the expression of these very truths in a particular domain, a sort of translation of the corresponding principles, naturally adapted to the special conditions of the corporal and human state. It can therefore be seen how great is the error of those who imagine that they have discovered naturalism in these doctrines, or who believe that the doctrines in question are only intended to describe and explain phenomena just as a profane science might do, though in a different form. This is really to reverse the true relationship by taking the symbol itself for what it represents, the sign for the thing or idea signified. Indeed, the different worlds, lokas, planetary spheres, and elementary realms, which are symbolically described as so many regions, only symbolically, however, since the being that journeys through them is no longer subject to space, and in reality, but different states. Note 18. The Sanskrit word loka is identical with the Latin locus, place. It is worth noting that in the Catholic doctrine, heaven, purgatory, and hell are likewise described as places, being in that case also taken symbolically to represent states, for there is never any question of these posthumous states being situated in space, even in the most external interpretation of this doctrine. Such a misconception could only have arisen in the neo-spiritualist theories that have made their appearance in the modern West. This spatial symbolism, like the temporal symbolism, which so often serves to express the theory of cycles, is natural enough and in sufficiently general use as to be unlikely to confuse any save those who are incapable of understanding anything but the most grossly literal meaning. Such people will never realize the workings of a symbol, because their conceptions are irremediably limited to existence on this earth and to the corporal world, within which, by the most naive of illusions, They wish to imprison the whole of reality. The effective possession of these states can be obtained through identification with the principles, which are described as their respective rulers. And this identification operates in every case through knowledge, on condition that such knowledge is not merely theoretical. Theory should only be looked upon as a preparation, which is, however, indispensable for the corresponding realization. But as regards each of these principles taken in itself and separately, the results of that identification do not extend beyond its particular domain, so that the obtaining of such states, which are still conditioned states, only constitutes a preliminary stage, a kind of approach, in the sense that we have already explained, and with the restrictions which should be applied to such a manner of speaking, toward the supreme identity, the ultimate goal attainable by the being in its complete and total universalization. Moreover, the realization of this identity, for those who have first of all to pass by the Devayana, may be referred until the Pralaya, as already stated, the transition from each stage to the next only becoming possible for the being who has obtained the corresponding degree of effective knowledge. Note 19. It is important to observe here that it is to the immediate realization of the supreme identity that the Brahmins have always attached themselves almost exclusively, whereas the Kshatriyas have for preference pursued the study of the states corresponding to the various stages of the Devayana, as well as the Pitriyana. Thus, in the present case, which is that of Krama Mukti, the being may remain in the cosmic order until the Pralaya, without having attained effective possession of the transcendent states in which true metaphysical realization properly consists. But thenceforth, and from the very fact that it has passed beyond the sphere of the moon, that is to say, emerged from the current of forms, it will nonetheless have obtained the virtual immortality, which we defined previously. It is for this reason that the spiritual center, referred to above, is still only the center of a particular state of a certain degree of existence, that to which the being as a human being belongs and continues to belong in a certain manner, because its total universalization in supra-individual mode is not actually accomplished, and this is also the reason for saying that in such a condition the bonds of individuality are not yet completely sundered. It is at this point precisely that conceptions which may properly be called religious stop short, as these conceptions always refer to extensions of the human individuality. The states to which they give access must necessarily preserve some connection with the manifested world, even when they reach beyond it. They are therefore not the same as those transcendent states to which there is no other means of access except pure metaphysical knowledge. This remark is especially applicable to the mystical states. And, as regards the posthumous states, there is precisely the same difference between immortality or salvation, understood in the religious sense, the only sense normally taken into account in the West, and deliverance, as there is between mystical realization and metaphysical realization accomplished during earthly life. In the strictest sense, therefore, one can only speak here of virtual immortality, and as it and as its final term, reintegration in passive mode. Actually, this last expression lies outside the religious viewpoint, as commonly understood, and yet it is through it alone that the relative sense in which religion uses the word immortality is justified, and that a kind of link or transition can be established between it and the absolute and metaphysical sense in which the same term is understood by Easterners. All this, moreover, does not prevent us from admitting that religious conceptions are capable of transposition by means of which they receive a higher and deeper meaning, for the reason that this meaning is also present in the sacred scriptures upon which they are based. But by such a transposition, they lose their specifically religious character, because this character is bound up with certain limitations, outside of which one has entered the purely metaphysical order. On the other hand, a traditional doctrine, such as the Hindu doctrine, which does not place itself at the point of view of the Western religions, does nonetheless recognize the existence of the states which are more particularly envisaged by those religions. And it must need be so, seeing that these states effectively constitute possibilities of the being. But such a doctrine cannot attribute to them an importance equal to that assigned to them by those doctrines which go no further. The perspective, if one may so put it, altering with the point of view, for going as it does beyond them, it is able to situate them in their exact place in the total hierarchy. Thus, when it is said that the final goal of the divine journey is the world of Brahma, Brahmaloka, it is not the supreme Brahma which is intended, not immediately at all events, but only its determination as Brahma, who is Brahma qualified, Saguna, and, as such, consider as the effect of the productive will, Shakti, of the supreme principle, Karya Brahma. Note 20. The word Karya, effect, is derived from the verbal root kri, to make, which the addition of the suffix ya to mark an accomplishment in the future, that which is to be made, or to be still more exact, that which is going to be made, since ya is a modification of the root e, to go. This term therefore implies a certain notion of becoming, which necessarily presupposes that whatever it applies to is only to be considered in reference to manifestation. Concerning the root kri, we will point out that it is identical with that of the Latin creare, which proves that the latter word, in its original sense, simply meant making. The idea of creation, as understood nowadays, is of Jewish origin, and only attached itself to the word when the Latin language came to be employed for the expression of Judeo-Christian conceptions. When Brahma is mentioned in this case, he must be regarded in the first place as identical with Hiranyagarbha, principle of subtle manifestation, and thus of the whole domain of human existence in its integrality. And we have in fact previously remarked that the being which has attained virtual immortality finds itself, so to speak, incorporated by assimilation into Hiranyagarbha. In this state, in which it may remain until the end of the cycle. Brahma existing as Hiranyagarbha for the cycle only, in what is most usually meant by Brahma Loka. Note 21. It is this which is nearest equivalent to the heaven or paradise of the Western religions, in which, in this case, we may also include Islam. When a number of heavens are considered, which are often represented by planetary correspondences, they should be understood as meaning all the states superior to the sphere of the moon, which is itself looked on as the first heaven, under its aspect of Janua Oeli, up to and including the Brahmaloka. However, just as the center of each state of a being contains the possibility of identification with the center of the total being, so the cosmic center where Hiranyagarbha dwells is identified virtually with the center of all the worlds. Note 22. Here again we are applying the fundamental analogy between the microcosm and the macrocosm. That is to say, that for the being that has passed beyond a certain degree of knowledge, Hiranyagarbha appears as identical with the higher aspect of the non-supreme. Note 23. This identification of one aspect with another higher aspect, and so on through different degrees up to the supreme principle, is, after all, but the vanishing of so many separative illusions, which certain initiations represent as a series of veils that drop away in succession. That is to say, that for the being that has passed beyond a certain degree of knowledge, Hiranyagarbha appears as identical with the higher aspect of the non-supreme, which is Ishvara, or universal being. Allahu Jama, first principle of the whole of manifestation. At this stage, the being is no longer in the subtle state, not even in the purely principial sense, but it is in the unmanifested. It retains a certain connection, however, with the order of universal manifestation, of which Ishvara is properly the principle, but it is no longer attached by any special links to the human state and to the particular cycle of which that state forms a part. This stage corresponds to the condition of prajna, and it is the being who does corresponds, and it is the being who does not proceed beyond this condition that is described as united with Brahma, even at the time of the pralaya, in the manner of deep sleep only. The return thence to another cycle of manifestation is still possible, but since the being is set free from individuality, as distinct from what occurs to one following the Vitriyana, that cycle can only be a formless and supra-individual state. Note 24. Symbolically, it is said that such a being has passed from the condition of a man to that of a deva, or what might be termed an angelic state in Western language. On the contrary, at the end of the Pitriyana, there is a return to the world of man, Manvara Loka, that is to say, to an individual condition, so described by analogy with the human state, although it must of necessity be different, since the being can never return to a state through which it has already passed. Finally, in the case where deliverance is about to be obtained directly from the human state, still more is implied over and above what has been described. And in such a case, the true goal is no longer universal being, but the supreme Brahma itself, Allahu. That is to say, unqualified Nirguna Brahma in its total infinitude, comprising both being or the possibilities of manifestation, imkanat, and non-being or the possibilities of non-manifestation, principle of the one and of the other, beyond them both therefore, while also at the same time containing them both, in accordance with the teaching that we have already expounded on the subject of the unconditioned state of Atma, which is precisely what is referred to in the present instance. Notes 25 and 26. We would, however, remind the reader that metaphysical non-being, like the unmanifest, insofar as the latter is not merely identified with the immediate principle of manifestation, which is only being, can be understood in a total sense, whereby it is identified with the supreme principle. In any case, however, a correlation between non-being and being, or between the unmanifested and the manifested, even if in the latter case one goes no further than being, can only be a purely apparent one, since metaphysically the disproportion that exists between the two terms does not permit of any real comparison between them. In this connection, with the object of calling further attention to the agreement of the different traditions, we will once again quote a passage from the Treatise on Unity, Risalat al-Ahadiyya of Muhyiddin ibn al-Arabi. This immense thought of the supreme identity is only befitting to him whose soul is vaster than the two worlds, manifested and unmanifested. As for him whose soul is only as vast as the two worlds, namely one who attains universal being but does not pass beyond it, it befits him not. For in truth, this thought is greater than the sensible world, or the manifested world, for the word sensible must here be transposed analogically and not confined to its literal meaning, and the suprasensible world, or the unmanifested, applying the same transposition, both taken together. It is in this sense that the abode of Brahma, or of Atma in this unconditioned state, is even beyond the spiritual sun, which is Atma in its third condition, identical with Ishvara, just as it is beyond all the spheres of the particular states of existence, individual or superindividual. But this abode cannot be directly attained by those who have only meditated upon Brahma through the medium of a symbol, each meditation only having in that case a definite and limited result. Note 27. On this point, the Orientalists, who have failed to grasp the real significance of the sun through only taking it in its purely physical sense, have suggested some very strange interpretations. Thus, Ultramari writes rather naively, by its risings and settings, the sun consumes the life of mortals. The liberated man exists beyond the world of the sun. Does this not convey the impression that it is merely a matter of escaping old age and attaining a corporal immortality, such as is sought by certain contemporary Western sects? The supreme identity is therefore the finality of the liberated being, that is, of the being freed from the conditions of individual human existence, as well as from all other particular and limiting conditions, which are looked upon as so many bonds. Note 29. To these conditions, words such as bandha and pasha, the proper meaning of which is bond, are applied. For the second of these two terms is derived the word pashu, which therefore means etymologically any living being bound by such conditions. Shiva is called Pashupati, the Lord of beings in bondage, because it is by his transforming action that they are delivered. The word Pashu is often given a special meaning to denote an animal victim in a sacrifice, the victim being moreover delivered by the sacrifice itself, at least virtually so, but we cannot think of expounding here, even in summary fashion, a theory of sacrifice, which taken in that sense is essentially a means calculated to establish communication with higher states, in which it's far removed from Western ideas of redemption and expiation and others of like nature, ideas which are only intelligible from the specifically religious point of view. When the man, or rather the being that was previously in human state, is thus delivered, the self, Atma, is fully realized in its own undivided nature, and is then, according to Audu Lomi, an omnipresent consciousness, having Chetana as its attribute. The teaching of Jamini is identical, but he specifies in addition that this consciousness manifests the divine attribute, Aishvarya, as transcendent faculties, from the fact that it is united to the Supreme Essence. Such is the nature of complete liberation, obtained through the fullness of divine knowledge. As for those whose contemplation, dhyana, has only been partial, although active, metaphysical realization remaining incomplete, or has been purely passive, as in the case of Western mystics, they enjoy certain higher states, but without being able to arrive forthwith at perfect union, yoga, which is one and the same as deliverance. The possession of such states, which are identical with various heavens, constitutes for the being who enjoys it a personal and permanent acquisition, notwithstanding their relativity. We are dealing always with conditioned, although super-individual states, but the Western idea of reward must on no account be attached to this acquisition, for the simple reason that it is the fruit not of action but of knowledge. Moreover, the notion of reward, like that of merit, of which it is the corollary, is an idea belonging exclusively to the moral order, which can find no place in the realm of metaphysics. Knowledge, in this respect, is therefore of two kinds, and it is itself described as supreme or non-supreme, according to whether it concerns Parabrahma or Aparabrahma, and leads therefore to one or to the other. Man and His Becoming, according to the Vedanta, by Rene Guenon, read by Christopher Robert Neal, Nation. Chapter 22, Final Deliverance. Deliverance, that is to say, the final liberation of the being of which we have just spoken, and which is the ultimate goal toward which the being tends, differs absolutely from all states which that being may have passed through in order to reach it, since it is the attainment of the supreme and unconditioned state, whereas all the other states, no matter how exalted, are still conditioned. That is to say, subject to certain limitations which define them, making them to be what they are, and characterizing them as determinate states. These remarks apply to the super-individual states as well as to the individual states, in spite of the differences in their respective conditions. And even the degree of pure being itself, although it is beyond all existence in the strict sense of the word, namely beyond all manifestation, both formless and formal, still implies a determination, which, though primordial and principial, is nonetheless already a limitation. It is through being that all things in every mode of universal existence subsist, and being subsists through itself. It determines all the states of which it is the principle, and is only determined by itself. But to determine oneself is none the less to be determined, and therefore limited in some respect, so that infinity cannot be attributed to being, which must under no circumstances be regarded as the supreme principle. It is here that one may observe the metaphysical incompleteness of the Western doctrines, even of those, it must be admitted, in which some degree of true metaphysics is none the less present. Note 1. We are alluding here to the philosophical doctrines of antiquity and of the Middle Ages, since the points of view of modern philosophy are the very negation of metaphysics, and the above statement is as true of conceptions of a pseudo-metaphysical stamp as of those in which the negation is frankly expressed. Naturally, our present remarks only apply to doctrines that are known to the profane world, and do not refer to the esoteric traditions of the West, which, so long at least as they possessed a character that was genuinely and fully initiatic, could not be limited in this way, but must, on the contrary, have been metaphysically complete under the twofold heading of theory and realization. These traditions, however, have never been known to any but an elite far more restricted in number in the Eastern countries. Stopping short at being, they remain incomplete even theoretically, without referring to realization, which they leave out of account altogether. And, as usually happens in such cases, they exhibit an undesirable tendency to deny that which lies outside their sphere, and which, from the viewpoint of pure metaphysics, is precisely the most important part of all. The acquisition, or, to speak more accurately, the taking possession of higher states, when whatever their nature, is thus only a partial, secondary, and contingent result. And although this result may appear immense by comparison with the individual human state, and above all by comparison with the corporal state, the only one effectively possessed by ordinary people during their earthly existence, it is nonetheless true that in itself it amounts strictly to nothing in relation to the supreme state, since the finite, while becoming indefinite through the extension of which it is capable, that is to say, through the development of its own possibilities, always remains nothing in comparison with the infinite. Ultimately, therefore, a result of this kind is only of value by way of preparation for union. That is to say, it is still only a means and not an end. To mistake it for the end is to continue in illusion, since all the states in question, up to and including being, are themselves illusory in the sense we have attributed to that word from the beginning. Besides, in any state where some form of distinction remains, that is to say, in all the degrees of existence, including those not belonging to the individual order, it is possible for the universalization of the being to become effective, and even union with universal being, according to the mode in which it is accomplished in the condition of prajna, or in the post-human state corresponding to that condition, is not union in the full sense of the word. Were it so, the return to a cycle of manifestation, even to the formless order, would no longer be possible. It is true that being is beyond all distinction, since the first distinction is that of essence and substance, or of Purusha and Prakriti. Nevertheless, Brahma, as Ishvara, our universal being, is described as Savet Shisha, that is to say, as implying distinction, since he is the immediate determining principle of distinction. Only the unconditioned state of Atma, which is beyond being, is Prapanja Upashama, without any trace of the development of manifestation. Being is one, or rather, it is metaphysical unity itself. But unity embraces multiplicity within itself, since it produces it by the mere extension of its possibilities. It is for this reason that even in being itself, a multiplicity of aspects may be conceived, which constitute so many attributes or qualifications of it, although these aspects are not effectually distinguished in it, except insofar as we conceive them as such, yet at the same time they must be in some way distinguishable for us to be able to conceive them. It might be said that every aspect is distinguishable from the other in a certain respect, although none of them is really distinguishable from being, and that all are being itself. Note 2. This can be applied in Christian theology to the conception of the Trinity. Each divine person is God, but is not the other persons. In scholastic philosophy, the same might also be said of the transcendentals, each one of which is coextensive with being. We therefore find here a kind of principial distinction, which is not a distinction in the sense in which the word applies in the sphere of manifestation, but which is its analogical transposition. In manifestation, distinction implies separation, but that separation has nothing really positive about it, since it is only a mode of limitation. Note 3. In the individual states, separation is determined by the presence of form. In the non-individual states, it must be determined by some other condition, since these states are formless. Pure being, on the contrary, is beyond separateness. That which exists at the level of pure being is therefore non-distinguished. If distinction, vishesha, be taken in the sense applicable within the manifested states, and yet in another sense there is still present an element that is distinguished. In being, all beings, meaning thereby their personalities, are one, without being confused and distinct without being separated. Note 4. In this is to be found the chief difference, separating the point of view of Ramanuja, who maintains the principial distinction, from that of Shankaracharya, who transcends it. Beyond being, one cannot speak of distinction of any kind, even principial, although at the same time it cannot be said that there is confusion either. One is beyond multiplicity and beyond unity as well. In the absolute transcendence of this supreme state, none of these expressions can any longer be applied by analogical transposition, and that is why recourse must be had to a term of negative form, namely to non-duality, Advaita, as we have already explained. Even the word union is undoubtedly imperfect, because it evokes the idea of unity, but we are obliged nonetheless to make use of it for the translation of the term yoga, since the Western languages have no alternative to offer. Deliverance, together with the faculties and powers which it implies, so to speak, by superaddition, because all states with all their possibilities are necessarily comprised in the absolute totalization of the being, but which, we repeat, must only be considered as accessory and even accidental results, and in no way and in no wise as constituting a final goal in themselves. Deliverance, we say, can be obtained by the yogi, or rather by him who becomes such in virtue of obtaining it, with the help of the observances indicated in the Yoga Shastra of Patanjali. It can also be favored by the practice of certain rites. Note 5. These rites are in every respect comparable to those classed by the Muslims under the general denomination of dhikr. They are mostly based, as we have already mentioned, on the science of rhythm, and its correspondences in all the various orders. Such are also the rites called vrata, vow, and divara, gate, in the otherwise partially heterodox doctrine of Pashupatas. Under different forms, all this is fundamentally the same as Hatha Yoga, or at least equivalent to it, as well as of various particular styles of meditation. But it must be understood that all such means are only preparatory and have nothing essential about them, for man can acquire true divine knowledge even without observing rites prescribed for each of the different human categories in conformity with their respective natures, and especially for different ashramas or regular stages of life. And indeed, many examples are to be met in the Veda of persons who have neglected to carry out such rites, the function of which is compared in the Veda to that of a saddle horse, which helps a man to reach his destination more easily and more rapidly, without which he is able to reach it all the same, or who have been prevented from doing so, and yet by maintaining their attention perpetually concentrated and fixed on the Supreme Brahma, in which consists the one and only really indispensable preparation, have acquired true knowledge concerning it, knowledge which, for that reason, is likewise called supreme. Note 7. Furthermore, the man who has reached a certain degree of realization is called Ati Varna Shwarmi, that is to say, beyond caste, Varna, and beyond the stages of earthly existence, ashramas. None of the usual distinctions any longer apply to such a being from the moment that he has effectively transcended the limits of individuality, even though he has not yet arrived at the final goal. Deliverance, then, is only effective insofar as it essentially implies perfect knowledge of Brahma, and inversely, that knowledge to be perfect presupposes of necessity the realization of what we have already termed the supreme identity. Thus, deliverance and total and absolute knowledge are truly but one and the same thing. If it is to be said that knowledge is the means of deliverance, it must be added that in this case, means and ends are inseparable. For knowledge, unlike action, carries its own fruit within itself. Note 9. Besides, both action and its fruits are equally transient and momentary, whereas on the contrary, knowledge is permanent and final, and the same applies to its fruits, which is not distinct from knowledge itself. And moreover, within this sphere of distinction, such as that of means and ends can amount to no more than a mere figure of speech, unavoidable, no doubt, when one wishes to express these things, in so far as they are expressible in human language. If, therefore, deliverance is looked upon as a consequence of knowledge, it must be specified that it is a strict and immediate consequence. This is more clearly affirmed by Shankaracharyas in the following terms. There is no other means of obtaining complete and final deliverance excepting knowledge. It alone loosens the bonds of passion, and of all other contingencies to which the individual being is subjected. Without knowledge, beatitude cannot be obtained. Action, karma, whether understood in its general sense or as applied specifically to the performance of rites, not being opposed to ignorance. Avidya cannot remove it, but knowledge disperses ignorance as light disperses darkness. Note 10. Some would like to translate avidya or ajnana as nescience rather than ignorance. We confess that we cannot clearly see the need for this subtlety. As soon as the ignorance born of earthly affection and other analogous bonds is banished, and every illusion with it, the self, Atma, by its own splendor, shines afar through every degree of existence, in an undivided state, penetrating all and illuminating the totality of the being. And the sun spreads its brightness abroad when the clouds have scattered. A most important point to note is the following. Action, no matter of what sort, cannot under any circumstances liberate from action. In other words, it can only bear fruit within its own domain, which is that of human individuality. Thus, it is not through action that it is possible to transcend individuality. Taking individuality here, moreover, in its integral extension, for we do not for a moment pretend that the consequences of action are limited to the corporal modality only. Our previous remarks on the subject of life, which is in fact inseparable from action, will be found applicable in this instance. Hence it follows immediately that salvation in the religious sense given to the word by Western people, being the fruit of certain action, cannot be identified with deliverance. Note 12. The common expression, to work out one's salvation, is therefore perfectly accurate. And it is all the more urgent to state this explicitly since Orientalists constantly confuse the two together. Note 13. Thus, Olchambaty, for example, translates moksha by the word salvation, from beginning to end in his work, without seeming to suspect we will not say the real difference, which has been explained here, with even the mere possibility of inaccuracy in this identification. Salvation is, properly speaking, the attainment of the Brahma Loka, and we will further specify by Brahma Loka, that by Brahma Loka must here be understood exclusively the abode of Hiranyagarbha, since any more exalted aspect of the non-supreme lies outside individual possibilities. This accords perfectly with the Western conception of immortality, which is simply an indefinite prolongation of individual life, transposed into the subtle order and extending to the pralaya. All this, as we have already explained, represents but one stage in the process of karama mukti. Moreover, the possibility of a return into a state of manifestation, supra-individual, however, is not definitely excluded for the being that has not passed beyond this stage. To go further, and to free oneself entirely from the conditions of life and duration which are inherent to individuality, there is no other path but that of knowledge, either non-supreme and leading to Ishvara. Note 14. It is hardly necessary to point out that theology, even if it comprise a realization rendered it truly effective, it is hardly necessary to point out that theology, even if it comprise a realization rendering it truly effective, instead of remaining simply theoretical, as is in practice the case, unless the mystical states can be said to represent such a realization, which is only partially and in certain respects true, would always be included in its entirety in this non-supreme knowledge. To go further and to free oneself entirely from the conditions of life and duration which are inherent to individuality, there is no other path but that of knowledge, either non-supreme and leading to Ishvara, or supreme and conferring immediate deliverance. In the latter case, there is no longer even occasion to consider a passage at death through various higher, though still transitory states. The self, Atma, since there can be no further question of Jivatma, All distinction and all separateness have disappeared of him who has attained the perfection of divine knowledge, Brahma Vidya, and who has consequently obtained final deliverance, ascends on quitting its bodily form, and without passing through any intermediate stages, to the supreme spiritual light, which is Brahma, and identifies itself with it in an undivided and conformable manner, just as pure water, mingling itself with the clear lake without however losing itself in any way conforms itself to every respect therewith. Man and His Becoming, according to the Vedanta, by Rene, Guenon, read by Christopher Robert Neal, Nation. Chapter 23 of 24, Vidiha Mukti and Jivan Mukti. Deliverance, in the case which has just been discussed, is properly speaking liberation, achieved when out of the bodily form, Vidiha Mukti, and obtained in an immediate manner at the moment of death. Knowledge being already virtually perfect before the termination of earthly existence. It must be distinguished, therefore, from deferred and gradual liberation, Karama Mukti, and it must also be distinguished from liberation obtained by the yogi during his actual lifetime, Jivan Mukti, by virtue of knowledge no longer only virtual and theoretical, but fully effective. That is to say, by genuine realization of the supreme identity. It must be clearly understood that the body cannot constitute an obstacle to deliverance any more than any other type of contingency. Nothing can enter into opposition with absolute totality, even in the presence of which all particular things are as if they were not. In relation to the supreme goal, there is perfect equivalence between all the states of existence, so that no distinction any longer holds good between the living and the dead man. Taking these expressions in the earthly sense, in this we note a further essential difference between deliverance and salvation. The latter, as the Western religions conceive it, cannot be effectively obtained, nor even be assured, that is to say, obtained virtually before death. That which is attained through action can also always be lost through action. Moreover, there may be incompatibility between certain modalities of one particular individual state, at least accidentally, and under particular conditions, whereas there can no longer be anything of the kind once we are dealing with supra-individual states. And above all, with the unconditioned state. Note 1. This restriction is indispensable, for if there were an absolute or essential incompatibility, the totalization of the being would thereby be rendered impossible, since no modality can remain unincluded in the final realization. Besides, the most exoteric interpretations of the resurrection of the dead is enough to show that, even from a theological viewpoint, there can be no irreducible antinomy between salvation and incorporation. To view things otherwise is to attribute to one special mode of manifestation an importance which it could not possess, and which even manifestation in its entirety cannot claim. Only the prodigious inadequacy of Western conceptions in regard to the constitution of the human being could render such an illusion possible, and only this, moreover, could give rise to any astonishment at the fact that deliverance may be accomplished during life on earth as well in any other state. Deliverance or union, which is one and the same thing, implies by superaddition, as has already been said, the possession of every state, since it is the perfect realization and totalization of the being. Besides, it matters little whether these states are actually manifested or not, since it is only as permanent and immutable possibilities that they have to be taken into account metaphysically. Lord of many states by the simple effect of his will, the yogi occupies but one of them, leaving the others empty of life-giving breath, prana. Like so many unused instruments, he is able to animate more than one form in the same way that a single lamp is able to feed more than one wick. The yogi, says Aniruddha, is in immediate contact with the primordial principle of the universe, and in consequence, secondarily, with the whole of space and time, and of everything included therein. That is to say, with manifestation, and more particularly with the human state in all its modalities. Note 3. The following, a Taoist text, expresses the same idea. It, the being which has reached a state where it is united to the universal totality, will no longer be dependent on anything. It will be perfectly free. It is also most justly said, the superhuman being has no longer an individuality of its own. The transcendent man no longer has any action of his own. The sage has not even a name of his own, for he is one with the all. Zhongzhu, Chapter 1, Father Wegner's translation, page 211. The yogi, or Jivan Mukta, is in fact liberated from both name and form, Namarupa, which are the elements that constitute and characterize individuality. We have already mentioned the texts of the Upanishads, where this shredding of name and form is expressly affirmed. Moreover, it would be a mistake to suppose that liberation acquired when the being is quit of the bodily form is more complete than liberation during life. If certain Westerners have made this mistake, it is always a result of the excessive importance they attach to the corporal state, and what has just been said above dispenses us from further remarks on this subject. The yogi has nothing further to obtain subsequently, since he has actually realized transformation, that is to say, a passing beyond form within himself, if not outwardly. It matters little to him, therefore, that a certain formal appearance persists in the manifested world, since henceforth for him it cannot exist otherwise than in illusory mode. Strictly speaking, it is only for others that the appearances persist thus without external change, and not for him, since they are now incapable of limiting or conditioning him. These appearances affect and concern him no more than does all the rest of universal manifestation. The yogi, having crossed the sea of passions, is united with tranquility and possesses the self, unconditioned Atma, with which he is identified in its plenitude. Note 4. This is the region of the lower waters, or formal possibilities. The passions are here taken as denoting the contingent modifications which go to make up the current of forms. Tranquility is the great place, a sakina, of the Islamic esoteric doctrine, or again, the pax profunda of the Rosicrucian tradition. The word Shekinah in Hebrew denotes the real presence of the divinity, or the light of glory, in and by which, according to Christian theology, the beatific vision is brought about. See for reference the glory of God in the already quoted text of Revelation 21:23. And here is another Taoist text referring to the same subject. Peace in the void is an indefinable state. It is neither taken nor given. One simply becomes established therein. Formerly one tends toward it. Nowadays, the exercise of goodness and equity is preferred, which does not yield the same result. French translation by Father Vigna. The void mentioned here is the fourth state of the Mandukya Upanishad, which is in fact indefinable, being absolutely unconditioned so that it can only be spoken of in negative terms. The words formerly and nowadays refer to the different periods in the cycle of terrestrial humanity. The conditions of the present era, corresponding to the Kali Yuga at writing, are such that the great majority of men become attached to action and feeling, which cannot lead them beyond the limits of their individuality, still less to the supreme and unconditioned state. Having renounced those pleasures which are born of perishable external objects, and which are themselves but external and accidental modifications of the being, and rejoicing in bliss, Ananda, which is the sole permanent and imperishable object, and which is not different from the self, he is calm and serene, like the torch beneath an extinguisher. Note 6. This makes it possible to understand the real meaning of the word nirvana, which Orientalists have misinterpreted in so many ways. This term, which is by no means peculiar to Buddhism, as is commonly supposed, literally means extinction of breath, or of disturbance. The state, therefore, of a being that is no longer subject to any change or to any modification, nor to any of the other accidents or bonds of manifested existence. Nirvana is the supra-individual condition, that of prajna, while pari-nirvana is the unconditioned state. The terms nirvritti, extinction of change or of action, and pari-nirvritti are also employed in the same sense. In the Islamic esoteric doctrine, the corresponding terms are fanah, extinction, and fana'i, literally, extinction of the extinctions. The yogi is calm and serene like the torch beneath an extinguisher, in the fullness of his own essence, which is no longer distinguished from the Supreme Brahma. During his apparent residence in the body, he is not affected by its properties any more than the firmament is affected by that which floats in its bosom, because in reality he contains all states within himself, and is not contained by any one of them, knowing all things, and thereby being all things, not distinctively, but as absolute totality. He remains immutable, unaffected by contingencies. Thus, there is no spiritual degree superior to that of the yogi, and it is evident that there cannot be. Considered in his concentration within himself, he is also called Muni, that is to say, the solitary one. Note 8. The root of this word Muni appears to be the same as the Greek alone, although some people have connected it with the term manana, which denotes reflective and concentrated thought. But this is most unlikely from the standpoint of etymological derivation, as well as from that of meaning itself, for manana, derived from manas, can only properly apply to individual thought. He is also called Muni, that is to say, the solitary one, not in the popular and literal sense of the word, but as one who is, in the fullness of his being, realizes the state of perfect solitude, which does not allow any distinction between outer and inner, nor any extra principial diversity whatsoever to subsist in the supreme unity, or, as we should say, to be strictly accurate, in non-duality. For him, the illusion of separateness has finally ceased to exist, and with it every confusion engendered by the ignorance which produces and sustains that illusion. Note 9. To this order, for instance, belongs false imputation, which consists in ascribing to a thing attributes which do not really belong to it. For, imagining first that he is the individual living soul, Jivatma, man becomes afraid, through belief in the existence of some being other than himself, like one who mistakes a piece of rope for a serpent. But his fear is dispelled by the certitude that he is not in reality this living soul, but Atma itself in its unconditioned universality. (10) Such an error is called vivata. It is, properly speaking, a modification which in no wise reaches the essence of the being to which it is attributed, and which therefore only affects the person who thus attributes it in consequence of an illusion. Shankaracharya names 3 attributes that correspond, in a way, to so many functions of sannyasi, the possessor of knowledge, who, if that knowledge be fully effective, is none other than the yogi. Note 12. The state of sannyasa is, strictly speaking, the last of the 4 ashramas, the first 3 being the state of brahmachari, or student of the sacred science, disciple of a guru, and grihastha, or householder, and of vanaprastha, or anchorite. But the name sannyasin is also sometimes extended, as in the present case, to the sadhu, that is to say, to the man who has achieved perfect realization, sadhana, and who is ativarna swami, and as we have explained before. These three attributes are, in ascending order, balya, panditya, and moana. The first of these words literally means a state comparable to that of a child, bala. See note 14. See for reference these words from the Gospel. Let the children come to me, for to such belongs the kingdom of heaven. Whoever does not receive a kingdom of God like a child shall not enter it. Matthew chapter 19, verse 24, Luke chapter 18, verses 16 through 17. Bala is a stage of non-expansion, if one may so call it, where all the powers of the being are concentrated as it were in one point, realizing by their unification an undifferentiated simplicity, comparable to embryonic potentiality. Note 15. This stage corresponds to the concealed dragon of the Far Eastern symbolism. Another frequently used symbol is that of the tortoise, which withdraws itself entirely into its shell. In a sense which is somewhat different, but which completes the foregoing, since it implies both reabsorption and plenitude, it also means the return to the primordial state, of which all the traditions speak, and which Taoism and Islamic esotericism more especially stress. This return is in fact a necessary stage on the path leading to union, since it is only from this primordial state that it is possible to escape the limits of human individuality in order to rise to the higher states. Note 16. This is the Edenic state of the Judeo-Christian tradition. It explains why Dante placed the terrestrial paradise on the summit of the mountain of purgatory, that is to say, at the exact point where the being quits the earth or the human state, in order to rise to the heavens, described as the kingdom of God in the foregoing gospel quotation. A further stage is called panditya, that is to say, learning, an attribute indicating the teaching function. The possessor of knowledge is qualified to communicate it to others, or, more accurately speaking, to awaken corresponding possibilities within them. Since knowledge in itself is strictly personal and incommunicable, the Pandita, therefore, partakes more especially of the character of Guru, our spiritual master. Note 17. This is the Sheikh of the Islamic school, the elder of the Mormon school, also called Murabul Muriddin. The Murid is the disciple, like the Hindu Brahmachari. But he may be in possession of the perfection of theoretical knowledge only, and for this reason it is necessary to take into account, as a still further and final stage, moana, or the state of the muni, as being the only condition in which union can genuinely be realized. There is yet another expression, kaivalya, which also means isolation. Note 18. This again is the void referred to in the Taoist text quoted a little way back, and this void is also in reality the absolute fullness, and which at the same time expresses the idea of perfection. and totality. This term is often employed as an equivalent of moksha. Kibala denotes the absolute and unconditioned state, which is that of the delivered being, mukta. We have described the three attributes mentioned above as representing so many stages preparatory to union, but obviously the yogi who has reached the supreme goal possesses each of them a fortiori, since he possesses all states in the fullness of his essence. Note 19. It is also worth noticing that these three attributes, taken in the same order, are in a sense prefigured by the first three ashramas. The fourth ashrama, that of sannyasa, to be understood here in its most usual sense, so to speak, recapitulates and sums up the other three, just as the final state of the yogi embraces immanently all the particular states that have previously traversed as so many preliminary stages. This also leads us to the chapter of Yasin, Yasa, chapter 36, which discusses the three who precede the four. And the four reinforces the three. These three attributes are implied, moreover, in what is called Aishvarya, namely participation in the essence of Ishvara, for they correspond respectively to the three Shaktis of the Trimurti. If it be understood that the fundamental characteristic of the primordial state is harmony, it will immediately be apparent that Balya corresponds to Lakshmi, while Panditya corresponds to Saravati, and Moana to Parvati. Note 20. Lakshmi is the Shakti of Vishnu. Lakshmi is the Shakti of Vishnu. Saravati, or Vach, is that of Brahma. Saravati is the Shakti of Brahma. Parvati is that of Shiva. Parvati is also called Durga, that is to say, she who is difficult of approach. It is interesting to observe that something corresponding to these three Shaktis is to be found even in the Western traditions. Thus, in Masonic symbolism, the three chief pillars of the temple are wisdom, strength, and beauty. Here, wisdom is Sarasvati, strength is Parvati, and beauty is Lakshmi. Similarly, Leibniz, who had been the recipient of some esoteric teaching, rather elementary in character, however, from a Rosicrucian source, describes the three principal divine attributes as being wisdom, power, and goodness, which comes to exactly the same thing. For beauty and goodness are fundamentally but two aspects of a single idea, which is precisely the idea of harmony, conceived by the Greeks and especially by Plato. The point is of special importance for understanding the nature of the powers that pertain to Jivan Mukta as secondary consequences of perfect metaphysical realization. Furthermore, the exact equivalent of the theory we have just mentioned is also to be found in the Far Eastern tradition. This is the theory of the four happinesses, the first two being longevity, which, as has already been remarked, is simply perpetuity of individual existence, and posterity, which consists in the indefinite prolongation of the individual through all his modalities. These two happinesses therefore only concern the extension of the individuality, and they are included in the restoration of the primordial state, which implies their complete attainment. The remaining two, which refer, on the contrary, to the higher and extra individual states of being, are the great wisdom and the perfect solitude, that is to say, Panditya and Moana. Note 21. This explains how it is that the first two happinesses fall within the province of Confucianism, whereas the other two pertain to the realm of Taoism. Finally, these four happinesses attain their fullness in a fifth, which contains them all principally, and unites them synthetically in their single and indivisible essence. No name is ascribed to this fifth happiness, any more than to the fourth state of the Mandukya Upanishad, since it is inexpressible and cannot be the object of any distinctive knowledge. It is, however, easy to see that we are concerned here with nothing less than union itself, or the supreme identity, obtained in obtained in and through complete and total realization of what other traditions call universal man, al-insan kamil for the yogi, in the true sense of the word, like the transcendent man, Chinzin, of Taoism, and also identical with universal man, is also identical with universal man. Note 22. This identity is similarly affirmed in Islamic esoteric teaching concerning the manifestation of the Prophet. Man and His Becoming, according to the Vedanta, by Rene, Guenon. Read by Christopher Robert Neal Nation. Chapter 24. The final chapter. The spiritual state of the yogi, the supreme identity. To give as exact an idea as possible of the actual state of the yogi, who, through knowledge, is delivered in this life, Jivan Mukta, and has realized the supreme identity, we will once again quote Shankaracharya, his remarks on the subject describing the highest possibilities to which the being can attain, may serve at the same time as a conclusion to the present study. Note 1. Atma Buddha. In grouping together a selection of passages from this treatise, we shall not feel constrained to follow the order of the text too strictly. Moreover, in general, the logical sequence of ideas cannot be exactly the same in Sanskrit text and in a translation into a Western language, by reason of the differences that exist between the ways of thinking, upon which we have laid stress on this and other occasions. The yogi, whose intellect is perfect, contemplates all things as abiding in himself, in his own self, without any distinction of outer and inner, and thus, by the eye of knowledge, jnana chakshush, a term which can be rendered fairly exactly by intellectual intuition, he perceives, or rather conceives, not rationally and discursively, but by a direct awareness and immediate sensing that everything is Atma. He knows that all contingent things, the forms and other modalities of manifestation are not different from Atma in their principle, and that apart from Atma, there is nothing. Things differing simply, in the words of the Veda, in attribution, in accident, and in name, just as earthen vessels receive different names, although they are but different forms of earth. And thus he perceives, or conceives, in the same sense as above, that he is himself in all things, since there can no longer be anything which is other than himself, or than his own self. Note 3. It should be noted in this connection that Aristotle, in his book on the soul, expressly declared that the soul is all that it knows. This sentence reveals a fair measure of agreement on this point between the Aristotelian and the Eastern doctrines, in spite of the reservations always called for on account of the difference between the respective points of view. But this affirmation, in the case of Aristotle and his successors, seems to have remained purely theoretical. It must therefore be admitted that the consequences of this idea of identification by knowledge, as far as metaphysical realization is concerned, have continued quite unsuspected in the West, with the exception, as we have said before, of certain strictly initiatic schools, which had no point of contact with all that usually goes by the name of philosophy. When the accidents, formal or otherwise, including subtle manifestation as well as gross manifestation, are suppressed, these accidents only existing in illusory mode in such a way that they are really nothing in relation to the principle, the muni, taken here as a synonym of the yogi, enters with all beings, inasmuch as they are no longer distinct from himself, into the all-pervading essence, which is Atma. Note 4. Above all things is the principle, common to all, containing and penetrating all, of which infinity is the proper attribute, the only one by which it can be characterized, for it bears no name of its own. Zhuangzi, chapter 25. He is without distinct qualities and actionless, imperishable akshara, not subject to dissolution, which exercises dominion only over the manifold, without volition, applied to a definite act or to determined circumstances, abounding in bliss, immutable, without form, eternally free and pure, unable to be constrained, reached, or affected in any way whatsoever by anything other than himself, since this other is non-existent, or at least experiences but an illusory existence, while he himself dwells in absolute reality. He is like ether, akasha, which is diffused everywhere, without differentiation, and which pervades the exterior and interior of things simultaneously. Note 6. Ubiquity is here taken as the symbol of omnipresence, in the sense in which we have already employed this word above. He is incorruptible, imperishable. He is the same in all things. No modification affecting his identity. Pure, impassible, invariable in his essential immutability. He is, in the very words of the Veda, the supreme Brahma, which is eternal, pure, free, single in its absolute perfection, continually abounding in bliss, without duality, unconditioned principle of all existence, knowing, without that knowledge implying any distinction of subject and object which would be contrary to its non-duality, and without end. He is Brahma, after the possession of which there remains nothing to possess, after the enjoyment of whose bliss there remains no felicity to be desired, and after the attainment of the knowledge of which there remains no knowledge to be obtained. He is Brahma, which once beheld by the eye of knowledge, no object is contemplated, being identified with which no modification, such as birth or death, is experienced, which being perceived, but not however as an object perceptible by any kind of faculty, there is nothing further to perceive, since all distinctive knowledge is thenceforth transcended and as it were annihilated. He is Brahma, which is disseminated everywhere and throughout all things, since there is nothing outside it, and everything is necessarily contained in its infinity. In immediate space, in that which is above, and in that which is below. That is to say, in the totality of the three worlds, the real, abounding in bliss, without duality, indivisible, and eternal. Note 7. The reader may usefully be reminded here of the Taoist text quoted earlier on at greater length. Do not inquire whether the principle is in this or in that. It is in all being. He is Brahma, pronounced in the Vedanta to be absolutely distinct from that which it pervades, and which, on the contrary, is not distinct from it, or at least only distinguishes itself from it in illusory mode, continually abounding in bliss and without duality. Note 8. We would again call attention to the fact that this irreciprocity of relationship between Brahma and the world involves the former condemnation of pantheism, as well as immanentism under all its forms. He is Brahma, by which, according to the Veda, are produced life, jiva, the inward sense, manas, the faculties of sensation and action, and the elements which compose the manifested world, in the subtle as well as in the gross order. He is Brahma, in which all things are united, beyond every distinction, even principial, upon which all actions depend, and which is itself actionless. That is why it is disseminated throughout all things, without division, dispersion, or differentiation of any sort. He is Brahma, which is without size or dimension, unconditioned, without extension, being indivisible and without parts, without origin, being eternal, incorruptible, without shape, without determined qualities, without assignment or attribute of any kind. He is Brahma, by which all things are illuminated, participating in its essence according to the degree of their reality, the light of which causes the sun and all luminous bodies to shine, but which is not itself made manifest by their light. Note 9. It is that by which all is manifested, but which is itself manifested by nothing, according to a text that we have already quoted, Kena Upanishad 1.5 through 9. He himself pervades his own eternal essence, which is not different from the Supreme Brahma, and simultaneously he contemplates the whole world, manifested and unmanifested, as being also Brahma, just as fire intimately pervades a white-hot iron ball, and at the same time also reveals itself outwardly by manifesting itself to the senses through its heat and luminosity. Brahma resembles not the world, and apart from Brahma there is not. For if there were anything apart from it, it could not be infinite. Everything that appears to exist apart from it cannot exist in this manner, save in illusory mode, like the apparition of water, mirage, in the desert. Maru. Notes 10 and 11. The exclusion of any sort of pantheistic conception is here reiterated. Faced with such clear statements, it is difficult to account for certain errors of interpretation, which are so general in the West. Note 11. This word, maru, derived from the root miri, to die, applies to any barren region entirely lacking in water, and more especially to a sandy desert, the uniform aspect of which can be taken as a support of meditation in order to evoke the idea of the principio in differentiation. Of all that is seen, of all that is heard, and of all that is perceived or conceived by any faculty whatsoever, naught veritably exists apart from Brahma. And by knowledge, principio and supreme, Brahma is contemplated as alone real, abounding in bliss without duality. The eye of knowledge contemplates Brahma as it is in itself, abounding in bliss, pervading all things. But the eye of ignorance discovers it not, discerns it not, even as a blind man perceives not the sensible light. The self being illumined by meditation, when a theoretical and therefore still indirect knowledge makes it appear as if it were receiving the light from a source other than itself, which is still an illusory distinction, and then burning with the fire of knowledge, realizing its essential identity with the supreme light, is delivered from all accidents or contingent modifications, and shines in its own splendor, like gold which is purified in the fire. When the sun of spiritual knowledge rises in the heavens of the heart, that is, at the center of the being, called Brahma Pura, it dispels the darkness of ignorance veiling the single absolute reality. It pervades all, envelops all, and illumines all. He who has made the pilgrimage of his own self, a pilgrimage not concerned with situation, place, or time, or any particular circumstance or condition, which is everywhere, and always in the immutability of the eternal present, in which neither heat nor cold are experienced, no more than any other sensible or even mental impression, which procures a lasting felicity and a final deliverance from all disturbance, of all modification. Such a one is actionless. He knoweth all things in Brahma. He attains eternal bliss. Note 13. Every distinction of place and time is illusory. The conception of all possible things, comprised synthetically in universal possibility, absolute and total, is effected without movement and outside time. 14. Similarly, in the Western esoteric traditions, it is said that the true Rosicrucians meet in the temple of the Holy Ghost, which is everywhere. It must be clearly understood that the Rosicrucians in question have nothing in common with the numerous modern organizations which have adopted the same name. It is said that shortly after the 30 Years' War, they left Europe and withdrew into Asia. A final prayer. All, we beseech your praise, tranquility, blessing, glory, generosity, and conferred nobility upon our Lord, beloved and guide, the most praised source of your praise, the primordial point of the extended bow of infinity, and finality of the luminaries of eternity, the water, the vessel, and its tent, the very token of universal preservation. Rene, Guenon, Ashedli.